gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. You just when you want to get it, you started. You want to know what is happening, Morovia to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. To spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, 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 kilibaba. What I want? Yes, I do back today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, I do back today. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba-da-ba-di-da-di-da. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Wese kua kujile. Kua kujile. On the spoon. Yes, I do information. On the spoon. Yes, I do. Spoon television. Yes, I do.
With the yes, I a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland to spoon.
Okay, folks, it's another wonderful day in Monrovia. What a way to welcome you to the program Spoon Talk, right here on Spoon 107.5 FM. The program is live on Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM as well. We're live on the social media, Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and of course, Super TV Live on Facebook, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We want to say welcome to all of you who have joined us. I'm Nelson Colel, of course, James Gude Flomo has joined us, and of course, we have Dr. Richardson with us as well. Good evening to you, Dr. Richardson, and also to James.
Hi, Nelson. Hello, good day. How are you?
I'm
Um,
okay.
God morning me. I'm okay. How is your end?
I'm doing well. It's not raining today. It's been cold and rainy for the past 2 days, so today was a better day in terms of weather.
Okay. Same thing here. We had a great weather here today as well.
I saw. I was following up when I had the opportunity to do that. Yeah. So what's
Okay.
new? Before we go into welcoming our guests, anything you guys like to report?
Well, I think the biggest news of the day is already on the plate for discussion. So, but some of the side attractions, I think there was a little bit of in fact, free flow of traffic, unlike what we see on a regular basis, on a normal day when people go about their normal activities, even on a Friday when there will be traffic jam in some other areas. Talking about central Monrovia and other places, the traffic was free, and I remember a commercial, a taxi driver, in fact, saying, the traffic is hard today. All the people scared to come outside. But I mean, aside from that, I think the big thing was the rally today.
Yes, a big congratulations to all of the Liberians who could have made it, who scheduled their time to be at the rally, the Retired Suffer rally. I want to congratulate all of those Liberians who made it. I also want to congratulate all of the Liberians who could not make it to the rally. I'm sure there will be more opportunities for them to express the sentiments about we are tired of suffering in Liberia. So, yes, I saw bits and pieces of it. Yeah, well, so and I'm glad that people came in and out of traffic. Well, I was in Liberia in June. I think it was the same month. Was it? Yeah. It may have been the same month that CDC had an anniversary. We had free flow of traffic just as well, and which was a good thing because I was afraid of going to town given that they were having a celebration at their headquarters, and so it was free flow of traffic. So I'm glad it's a good thing, they're going. Hopefully, we won't have those days where traffic are stalled and blocked for days, like how it was.
Mhm.
I believe it was in 2017 when all of the political leaders who have the rally at ATS, and then that whole block of traffic will be stalled for days. I remember it was one was very bad. People stayed in traffic for a very long time. So that was
Yeah.
good. Yeah, it was good. Anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to add? Good day.
Basically, that is just it. Uh, we saw police people giving food out, giving water
Nice.
to retire suffering uh, protesters or members. It was good. So many things happen. You're going to be giving full analysis, so we don't want to jump the gun.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but again, uh, like Nelson said, we traveled through our Monrovia today without traffic. It was surprising to us. It was surprising for us to see Monrovia free in terms of traffic. We thought everywhere was going to be locked down, but yes, we made it. We traveled in and out. There was no traffic.
In Morovia? How you try
As
to Morovia? Hey, man.
I, I'm not in Monrovia as an individual, but I'm in Monrovia as a team.
Mm,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, my team move around. My colleagues were moving around freely, no traffic. Everyone went back and forth. Yeah,
That's good. That's very good that
yeah.
uh traffic wasn't blocked today. There's more to talk about, more to explore. To see the nature and the method of traffic that was transportation, actually method of transportation that was used. Whoever planned the coordination, I think I remember at the press conference they were coordinating, buses and stuff like that, which is
Yeah.
It's good. Okay,
And,
well, we'll get
and,
it. I'm
and another thing, I think bulk of what we saw today too was because of the way the Liberian National Police had planned to coordinate the whole traffic situation. There was a detour today. It was everybody was not using the regular route. So if you came from Central Monrovia, for example, and you were going to ERW Junction, everybody had to use the back road, the Tongatan back road, and there was this detour, and everyone from ERW Junction using the Tottenham Boulevard, especially from the 540 or the Ministerial Complex area here towards ELW Junction. So I think that that detour or coordination or whatever of the traffic by the Liberian National Police was a good one. Yeah.
That's good. So we
And
should
another one again.
for planning in
There
it.
was two. There was we had two major events in Monrovia today. We had a Southeastern Peace Tournament where they had a peace gathering, and also the Cummins, quote unquote, by the way they see was the thing that happening in the back tent got the audience not seeing it. Yeah, we had two events today. The Southeastern, I don't know why, one of them was having a massive event today, but they decided to have, a peace gathering. We saw that. And quote unquote, the biggest political party in the country hosted a rally today. The biggest, and it was massive, absolutely massive. Everything, yeah. We saw people flowing, people trooping in like
Can we
an ocean.
welcome our guests? We haven't done that for a long time. I
The
appreciate
ocean shook
all of,
today.
I appreciate all of our viewers, our listener, people who are listening to us in Radio Land, people who are sitting around waiting to get information from Spoon. Don't worry, don't pay attention to good day. He just a lot of he ate good today. He see talk.
I,
eh,
potato green.
Aha, you see that potato green can do something here, hey, boss man. So, but we'd like to just welcome you here, welcome you here to the program. I will call some of your names, not in any particular order, but again, without you coming in to watch us, there will be no spoon. So we appreciate you. We appreciate your comments. You can say, you're free to say whatever you want to say. We appreciate the dialogue. I'd like to welcome George Camry Williams. He said, Jeans, behave yourself. Leslie S. Kennedy says, irresponsible. Philip Freeman, he's watching from Philly. I was just in Philadelphia not long ago, Philip. PK Tupa is watching from Turkey. Welcome, PK. Tawanda T. Ernest Arthur Pay is from Telecom Red Light area. Um, Peace Savvy is, she says, hey family. Ruben Jiman is watching. Yvette Sifa, hi Yvette. Hi Yvette, I'm sorry. Francis Wea is watching from Philadelphia. Rusty Zing is watching from North Dakota. Alu Kamara says hi guys. Mavina Eltia says hi Spoon family. Anthony Way is watching. Tom Kamara is watching, I think, from New Jersey. Uh, Clarence S. Davis says, great show. Vera S. Wallace says, hi, doctor. Hi, Vera. How are you? Great to always see a woman commenter and women here. Quebec Comfort, she said, I love your calmness, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Quebec. Piwood Telekula is watching from Rhode Island. Welcome, Piwood. Boyman Jimmy Napla is watching from Miami. I hope that's the real Miami you're watching from. Patrick Dixon is watching from the UAE. We got a UAE in the house, Turkey, UAE in the house. Imaria Shore is watching from Zedru. I hope James always get on me when I pronounce Zedru. He thinks I pronounce it. She pronounced it a different way. Peter S. Conway is watching from Canada. We have UAE, Turkey, Canada in the house. New York, someone's watching from New York. All the New Yorkers, we say hello to you. Joe N. T-Way says, Dr. Richardson always looks diplomatic on Spoon Talk. Thank you very much, Joe. Justin Nimue is watching from Glen Mills, PA. That's not far from where I am. Glen Mill, PA. Welcome. All of you that are in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area, welcome to Spoon. Eric Dentor is watching from New York as well. Shek Varfi Fofana is watching from Battery Factory. Shek Varfi Fofana, Battery Factory. All of you in that area, you're welcome to Spoon Talk. We're glad that you're here today. Call a friend, share the show. All of you in the Battery Factory area. Anthony Williams says he's watching from Dubai. We got another person from Dubai watching here. Clarence S. Davis is watching. He said, James, please take it easy with Dr. Richardson. James, you hear what the people say, right? Lawrence Jackson is watching from Scandinavia. Lawrence, welcome. All the Scandinavian, Liberians, and other nationalities in Scandinavia, welcome to the show. James Corhoney is watching from Morovia, or everybody in Morovia, welcome. We love having you here, Morovia in the house. And Hendren Sawi, I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing your name, from the UK. Hadrian Sebi is watching from the UK. Welcome. Call Gloria Voca Moba is watching. She says, hello, guys. Hello to you too. Anthony Padmo is watching from Liberia. All the Liberians that are watching. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, 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 hello. We love you, love you, love you. Spoon loves you guys. Maliki Dennis is watching from Bopolu City. Bopolu City. All of you in Bopolu City, welcome. Love having you guys sit around, listen to the radio, have a conversation. Philip Freeman is here. Isaac Regina's son, somebody. Isaac, welcome you from Academy Community District number 5. Isaac, welcome. I couldn't read your full last name there. Chris Doe is watching from Plebo City, Maryland. Welcome here, Plebo City, Maryland is a beautiful place. Liberia is beautiful. Thank you for joining us. Daniel Wisse is watching from Barclayville City, Grand Crew County. Yes, Barclayville City on the way to Maryland. You can stop in Barclayville. Nice. Thank you for joining us. Mark Garsu Phillips, he's from D10, is watching us. Monserrata County, thank you. Santa, welcome. I'm going to circle back to you. How you doing?
Oh, you talking to me? No,
Yeah.
listen to music.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the house.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wow. What a day. Wow. Who want to welcome everyone today. Listen, Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. Where are the crew? Where are they? Come on. We're going to rise and shine because this is what we do best. On a beautiful Saturday, we have to talk to our Liberian people. And we got a music, though. We got a music we'll be playing today. James, you got it ready? I got the Honorable Kev Hassan, Eugene Lamy Faigon, Mo Ali. And a long time Mo Ali will be joining today. Why? We got a lot of news. Man, and my producers, they are so hot, cut all the clip. Dr. Richardson, what happened? What actually happened? Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson. What went wrong?
What do you mean?
What actually happened? Why are we here, Dr. Richardson? Liberians will listen to us because we speak the truth, nothing but the truth. So help us, oh God. What's next for Mr. Cummings, Dr. Richardson? What next for Mr. Cummings? I'm seeing the faces, the St. Tomalin George, the Reverend Dr. Henry Peabody, the Chairman Benjamin Senvi, the Kef Abassan, and our only darling sister, the Dr. Francine Chinua, the only Chinua in the house, Richardson. Hey, God. James, good day.
Because if I turn this camera right now, if I turn my computer right now, you will see my part boarding right up to the screen. Nancy, I don't want to kill you, Nancy. If I just twist this thing small, and everybody, Aloysius, why you laughing, Aloysius? If I just twist this thing small, my wife's not here, right? Let me just twist it small. James, you see that part? You see that part?
And that's almost the same part. I get almost the same part. Put it green.
I'm begging you.
I'll put it green in the back.
I'm begging you. Listen, I said today I will do the cooking. He said no news, that good news. But then one part, we got news. What really happened? I was like, I'm ready to bring up the crew, to bring up all the angry guys. The four and the gains and in the middle, because I'm in the middle. I like to ask my, hey, don't do that, Bona Equa. No. I just show my single part. You're not eating nothing from that part today. Philip Password, that part ain't for you. Can't forget about that part. What's our in out? Listen, let me even lower this so small. What really happened today? And the question remains, what next for Mr. Cummings? Let me bring in the guys, because when you're here and to the part, anybody that say point to Dr. Richardson, I will take you off today.
Thank you.
Anybody that says something to Dr. Richardson, the woman pressure is already high. You got no reason to argue with her today, Kev. So that part, you will forgive Dr. Richardson. If you say friend to Dr. Richardson, you off. I must say friend off. Because the woman pressure is, listen, Dr. Richardson and her husband called me today, they say, Stanton, Becky, don't come on the show. I said, for what? I told everyone, for what? He said, Stanton, I beg you, man. It ain't looking good. No, I said, the only thing, no. What did he say? So you are testing, you are saying that he called me.
I will test and spoke to you today.
Okay, I can confirm. Ladies and gentlemen, wait. Good day. Because people say I love to joke. So you're hearing it now. They spoke to me today.
Don't let me go get Richard.
No. You can call him. You're hiding him from the camera, not me. Listen, Nelson. It is confirmed that they called me today. They said, SCO, please stay away from the show. So I said, why? Hey, man, just stop. So I said, what? So I getting headache. I receiving a lot of calls. We got a video that Yeke Koluba calling my name for him to go talk about retired suffering and talking about me. Invite your brothers and sisters. Tell them to come on. We got news for them. This election is shaping up. This election is getting on course. And let us stop the joke. I want to welcome everybody. You know, sometimes I come, I'm happy, I'm because it's hard to make me sad. Because I know there's hope for the future, and there's always hope. Whether you get food to eat, there's hope. Whether you get Christmas food or you get Christmas food, there's always hope. Mo Ali, can you adjust your camera? We want to see your glasses, Mo. Can you adjust your little more? Thank you. So, Dr. Richardson, you go back to the same position, Mo. I don't know. If you touch the camera, it can shake again. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the Spoon Talk, your show.
Yes.
Honorable Kev Hassan, as always, welcome. The Honorable Mo, Muhammad Ali, former Secretary General UP, welcome to the show. Dr. Richardson, former ANC member, now CPP, welcome. And Honorable Kev Hassan, Daha Sedition, Reaction, welcome. James Goodday and Nelson Kolai, keep it going. We appreciate you guys. Let's have a wonderful show.
Just so you know.
See that?
I'm still a member of ANC and CPP USA.
So you're member of both organizations. I thought they kicked you out from ANC already. Global and now you CPP USA. Which one are you?
In both
Are you paying due in both,
yes,
or you paying due in one?
you pay member in both organizations.
In both. You better take your money from one of them because you're not looking good. But Dr. Richardson, talk to us. Our program today, the question remains, we'll post the flyer while we invite everybody. We'll post this flyer. It's important. What next for Mr. Cummings, Dr. Richardson? This is our topic for today. Haven't seen everything, haven't heard everything. Here we are. The rally today, we tired suffering. We will look at the numbers of turnout, arresting one of Mr. Cummings' bodyguard with guns, folks speaking, people saying they just went there for the ride. The juice is not there. The problem from the 70,000, what's going on, the way forward. What next for Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, standard bearer of ANC, because it's still not CPP. But you talk to me, Dr. Richardson, your intro. We'll go to Kev Hassan and we'll reach out to Mo Ali.
Well, it's good to be here today. It was a better Saturday in terms of weather in my neck of the wood. Uh, I want to just take this time to thank all Liberians who stood up for a better Liberia today, which is the theme of the Retire Suffering rally. If you're tired suffering from poor governance in our country, if you're tired suffering because you cannot get medication or tablet, as we call it in Liberia, in the hospital at the hospitals, if you're tired suffering because you have not been paid for a couple of months and you've been diligently going to work. So I want to just thank all of you who went out and showed up for Liberia today. For those of you who couldn't make it, I'm sure there will be many opportunities for you to express yourself. We also want to encourage you to continue to stand up for Liberia. To all of the organizers, the team members, given the time frame that you guys put out this rally, I thought it was great. It was not causing any kind of delay in the traffic or anything like that. So that was good. And I will wait to hear how the show proceeds in order for us to have this great discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. As always, it's good to see you on this phone talk. We appreciate you. Kev Ahmed, how's your day? What's going on at your end? And your intro based on the topic. You're muted, Kev.
Okay. Based on the topic, somebody echo somewhere.
You came with an echo, but go ahead.
No, you can hear me now? Okay. Based on the topic, we have. I want us to look at it this way, and I think it's a fact. This rally was a referendum on Mr. Cummings. Why I say that? He projected himself as the face of this rally with a T-shirt, tried to bamboozle his friends, trying to trick his friends in the name of retire rally. But I think the UP, they are smart people, realize you're not going to trick them like he did in fingering the document. He tried to do the same thing today, and they decided not to go on. So this rally is a referendum on Mr. Cummings, and the people of Liberia rejected Mr. Cummings, and they said, "We don't know you, we don't want you, we don't like you. You need to go away from our politics because we don't believe in you." They believe that Mr. Cummings, and let me say this clearly, they believe that Mr. Cummings is deceptive, he's not genuine, and it's something about Mr. Cummings that they don't like. As we proceed, we'll go into the details. But they rejected him overwhelmingly.
Thank you very much, Kev. Mo Ali, can you unmute?
Well, thank you, CEO, and good evening to everyone. Good afternoon from your end. I look forward to having a very interactive and exciting discussion. I hope we can dissect the discussion points from some objective angles and look at them. We will talk about the rally, the issues surrounding the gun that was arrested with Justin Zibo and everything. But it depends on the issue of the rally where you stand to see it as a success. It depends from the point of view of the organizers, from the point of view of the people from the other side, from the point of view of the neutrals, the underlying factors for the rally. Why was it in fact called? What are the reasons? Was it successful in terms of the reasons that led to the calling of this rally? I hope we can look at all of these things and talk about them.
Thank you, Moadi. Thank you very much. When we start the show, let's just have some, at least a minute each, to discuss the reason why this rally was called. Why was the only one important reason this rally was called by Mr. Lewis Brown, Tim Cummings, ANC, and CPP? Why did they call this rally? Dr. Richardson, you want to give us a mini overview? You are muted, Doctor.
Liberia has degenerated in every form, every shape. Many Liberians that we asked today would tell you that some of the opportunities and the amenities that we had in the country seem to be retrograding, which means going backward. Okay, a government in recent times have been called corrupt by the United States. Okay, we've seen money that were allotted for development in the country. For example, the RIA highway, at the tune of 100 and more millions of dollars, have just gone in the breeze. No development happened there. We've seen one of our most basic stable food that we eat, rice. We have shortage of rice. People are dying from common illnesses in the country. Students are not being able to go to school because of lack of school fee. Their parents are unable to work. They have not been paying for months. They have not been paid for months. We have seen that legis, okay, demonstrate the corruption that occurred at legis. We also saw that even the basic thing like the census was cannot be completed. The enumerators were not paid. So all these things and more were the reasons why this rally was called, to amplify that people in Liberia are suffering. It's no joke. It is no joke, and that's one of the things that I listed are the reasons why the rally was called.
Kev, listen to Dr. Richardson. What was the? Just give me that 1 minute reason why the rally was called today, the 17th of December. Why?
The rally was called because Mr. Cummings wanted to project himself as somebody who is formidable. He tried to use the opposition like he did during the time that he was part of the CPP that had the Unity Party, that he actually tempered the document. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to play them. Mr. Cummings is a person, and this is fact. It's not no joke. We should stop it. We should speak the truth. Some of us question the Unity Party, but because of this, he projected himself. Let me say this: when Martin Luther King was out there for to speak on behalf of Black people, he never printed a T-shirt and put his picture on it. He never projected himself as the guy. He talk about the people and by the people. When you are talking for the people and you start to put your own picture, then you are deceiving the people, that you come out as a deceptive human being. And this is not a joke. We have to be serious. This man is a deceptive man, and this man did that within the CPP, and we saw that some of us thought people like Mo Ali that were not speaking the truth because we thought they were they never wanted Cummings, and some of us say it. I said that on the show.
Yeah, but Kev, let's stick with the time now because we got a lot to cover. Why was the rally called? That's the
I just
question.
I just said it to you.
Okay.
He wanted to project himself. I will give you the reason.
Okay, so let's just move on. Let me go to Mo Ali.
But Seal, it's very important for us to
Yeah, but it's very important for us to stay under the time limit.
Yeah,
because everybody got to speak.
Very
okay,
important.
So let me move on. Let me move to Mo Ali. Mo. All right, Kev. Mo, let me ask you now. You're from the other side of the river. You are once friend to the ANC. You guys left. You heard the information. We tired suffering. Rally, the 17th of December, 2022. What was the important reason of calling this rally? Forget about the slogan, we tired suffering. To you, Mo Ali, why did the ANC call this rally today?
Well, I have not followed the reasoning besides the fact that we all heard in the media that the rally was being called because the Liberian people are suffering. The Liberian people are tired of suffering. So people who support the ANC and Mr. Cummings, led by George Wisner and what's his name, Louis Brown, decided to call this rally. But Stanton, in every given political rally has an undertone. In my opinion, when you call a rally at this crucial point in time, why it is true, it could be, to highlight the plight of the people. If that rally becomes successful, the political leader of the entity that is calling the rally takes the glory and it projects that person's popularity. If it goes contrary, it also projects that the person has not garnered the sufficient popularity to call such a.
So I will start the second question with you then. I like your answer. Let's move on. Before we go to that, Richard said, Mo Ali, was this a victory for this rally?
Well, let me say this. I have to sit and review the footage.
Mo Ali, you had enough time. The rally started this morning. You had enough time. What you know right now, Mo Ali, what you know right now, what you have seen since this morning, do you think the ANC organizer can have a victory lap?
Well, I'm not sure you can have a victory lap. That would be determined by them, because if we are judging from the turnout, it depends what they to do. Because
from the turnout, Mo Ali, we have the clip. We'll play the clip.
Yeah, Louis when Brown you play said, the clip,
Louis Brown said, we will play the clip. Hold on now. Louis Brown said, we would bring out the people in the hundreds of thousands. Yaka Koluba said, we will bring out the people in 40,000. He said, I alone can bring out the people of 40,000. Louis Brown was talking about hundreds of thousands just in the 17th electoral district of Musarado. Mo Ali, your own conclusion today, having seen it all, heard it all of the event today, do you think they came close to that number?
I don't think they came close to that number. And if we are judging the rally by the numbers, you wouldn't say it was a very successful rally. If you are judging it by the intent that they wanted
just the number now. We only on the number.
No, I would not say it's a successful rally or protest if we are from the footage that I have seen.
Okay.
It is highly possible that there are videos to show a very huge turnout.
Maybe you can find that video in space because Spoon carried. The guys were all over. We
listen
had
now.
almost 4 guys. I see from the photo you have seen, Mo Ali. Louis
So
Brown
that what I'm
called for
saying, from
hundreds
what-
of thousands. Yaka called about 40,000. Were they even close in the tens of thousands?
I have not seen that number from all of what I have seen.
Today we take Mr. Usman Billiton.
You just saw something. We got more to show you.
From that angle, Stanton, we have to look at it from all of the angles because there is also this tendency when rally starts, people go early to take photos. We have that experience on the June 7 rally. Early morning, people are there to take pictures. They say, oh, they were not successful, but by the afternoon hour, by the time it was 11,
Well,
12.
that picture was after.
No. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, Cap. Hold on 1 minute. I will give more Ali, Cap, hold on. I will give more Ali every second of the day at that event till he can tell the Liberian people what bet the number this rally was successful. More Ali, what time you want? You want it 1 o'clock? You want it 10 o'clock? You want it 5 o'clock?
Yeah, at least
what time are you looking for?
From 12, 1 o'clock up.
James, show the 1
is
o'clock.
In terms of numbers.
James, thank you, Mo Ali, and I appreciate you. James, show the 1 o'clock number when the rally was just getting in gear. We're going to show you the picture. It is up there. Mo.
Everything that we
James, show me the 1 o'clock number, please. Mo Ali, make your point while James find that video. Because you already said, I'm coming to you, Kev. I'm coming to you, Kev. Kev, I'm coming to you. Mo Ali, Kev, I'm coming to you. Mo Ali, I will stick with you. I spread the numbers. They turn out. You have your 1 o'clock shot, Mo Ali. Double screen. Thank you, James. Take it down. Let's hear Mo Ali. Take it down, James. Mo Ali, you have the double screen.
If we are judging it by the numbers that were pronounced, from what we are seeing and what I am seeing in that video, if we are judging the rally's success by the pronounced numbers versus the real number that attended, based on the video that you're showing me, I wouldn't classify it to be a very successful rally. However, if we are taking other reasons into consideration,
we're not there yet. We're not there yet. No, don't put us in a situation we can't handle. We're going to take it one step at a time.
I got to put you in every situation here.
No, we're not there yet, Mo. We're not there yet. Dr. Richardson, James, can you put a double screen out what I asked my sister, Dr. Richardson, this question? Thank you, James. Same question, Dr. Richardson. We had Louis Brown on the show. Louis Brown his anticipation, 100,000. Yeke Koduba came and said, Yeke Koduba, district number 10 representative, I will bring 40,000. Dr. Richardson, I spare the outcome, the attendance. Those that came to the rally, what's your thought? Did they deliver?
The rally looks like a lot of people attended the rally. It looks very well attended to me. I spoke to people throughout the morning that were on their way. People sent me pictures of them being on the buses. And so I want to just stay away from the concept of popularity and numbers of, the message of the rally. But
we're not there yet. We're not at the message yet, though. We're establishing something yet, Dr. Richardson.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We are saying the attendance. Yes, we're going to get to the message because today we will stick into the confine of our topic.
Okay. Well, to answer your question, then depending on the angle, again, I got multiple pictures that show me different. People are even offering to send me pictures here today.
That's all the spoon.
Yeah,
you don't need them to even send it to you. But thank you very much.
Send me pictures. So given what I saw today, I think it was a comfortable rally. People attended. They were spacious space enough for everybody to move around. So,
thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. And folks, you need to understand we are talking about the outside arena, just a little front, not even the entire exterior portion of the complex, just a little front, right on the main road. That's what we're talking about. Kev Hassan, your thoughts. You saw the video. You watch it. Be straight up with me, Kev.
See you. I've been going to that stadium for over 25 years. I've been going to that stadium since that stadium was built. Let me tell you one thing, CEO. That's only one gate. You know how many gates? 20 gates. Only one. They can't fool one. Only one. And Muali, you know that. You know that. Only one. They can't even fold out one gate. In February, I was to that gate. They showing. February, I was there. And we saw the crowd. So if you come and say, oh, it was a success, it's a problem. Either you
Yes. Louis Brown called for 100,000. He didn't call for 70,000. No. He didn't call for the 70,000. No. He called for 100,000 because the 70,000 gone or more. Mm-hmm. He called for 100,000. Yeke Koluba called for 40,000. Give me an estimate of what you saw today.
When I spoke with independent people who were there, I'm talking about critical people, because if the reason I don't want to talk to my people, I don't want to hear something that I want to hear. So I spoke to critical people, and they said the crowd were in front. Mr. Cummings was under 1,000. Some of them say 500 people. Some of them said to me it was a disgrace. Some of them said Mr. Cummings need to fire somebody. What happened today? And I would say this is a complete rejection of Mr. Cummings. Complete rejection. And I can name people, and we can, if we want to go back to the tape, we can see the tape.
You know, I actually, good. This is a better picture. Okay, so there are people here.
Dr. Richardson, I don't know if you know this stadium and you know this area. If you do, you will be on the phone and telling your people that this is a mess up thing. You will tell
a rally. I know you want to project a negative reflection of what you saw today, and that's your intention. Everybody knows that. You will not be honest of what you saw.
When last you went to that place, that particular area?
When last you were in Liberia?
February.
I was at June. So let's answer that.
When last you went there?
When last you were in Liberia?
When June, February I was there.
I was there in June. So let's settle down now.
Were you there? You can go in Liberia. I'm not asking when last you were in Liberia. I said when last you were at that place.
What does it matter? Tell me, how does it help you to know?
You know what matter? Because you know the capacity of the place and you explain it well. That's what matter. Because if you know the capacity, you explain it well. That's what matter. But what I'm telling you, with all indication that we get you from there, this rally was a failure, and the Liberian people.
It's your perception, Your perception.
All right, so guys, let's do this. Kev, hold on 1 minute. When I have the show between Dr. Richardson and Kev, I beg you guys, because I want us to respect. Listen, Kev. I want us to respect each other's view. So I will beg you guys, Kev, you need to listen. Yes, you will not interrupt, and we'll just have a very, very beautiful show today. Kev, you're making your point. The numbers. Louis Brown called for 100,000.
Yes, sir.
Yeke Koluba called for 40,000. Give me an estimation. The turnout today. Was it 5,000, 10,000, 2,000, 3,000?
No.
Give me your estimation quick.
In that area, what we look here, it was under 1,000 people. It was under 1,000 people.
Under 1,000?
Yes, look at you can put it up. Look at them. It was, you see this picture? It was under 1,000 people. This picture was close to the stage where Mr. Cummings is under 1,000 people there. I'm just being generous to talk about 1,000. Some folks say under 500. I'm just being generous to Mr. Cummings because I like
Let me
that.
bring in. Let me bring Santimani George. Judge, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Yeah, at our end. Yes, afternoon. Uh, we're talking about the turnout. We understand we'll come back with the rest of the story. But what you make about of the turnout? You got to unmute, Judge.
Oh yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you, Mo. Long time. Good to see you on the show. Uh, let put it into context. To be honest, the organizers, the crowd, it wasn't expect what they saw today wasn't expected. A lot of things took place. First of all, we talk about the issue about the missing money narrative effect that also play a part into this. Worst of it, coming bodyguard being arrested with firearm, don't know whether it will register, so another problem too. And we saw the absence of the ANC, the youth. Youth is non-existent apparently. You know, when CDC organized events, the
Judge,
youth
I
play
need
a
to
major role.
interrupt you. I beg you, I beg you, Santimani George. And it will help us to have a wonderful show if we stick to the question. We will come to the why. But I'm asking you, Louis Brown called for 100,000. Yeke Koluba called for 40,000. Did it meet their expectation?
Well, let's get something. Let's get something clear. A protest is different from a rally. Protest is when you see people marching with placards and moving up and down. A rally, a
Kev,
rally.
let the man talk.
Oh, is you converge at a particular era and you make speeches and so forth.
Oh, nobody,
But
we
concerning
are not talking
the
about
turnout, was it?
protests here, Georgie. Don't change our conversation.
Yeah, but
Nobody make
there's
mention of
nobody
protests.
1,000 people in Liberia before.
Georgie,
When I put in
Santimani George.
40,000.
Santimani George, you
Yeah,
need
but
to
one thing,
stop.
let's establish something.
Nobody,
I don't
Santimani George, I
have
will
to agree
ask
with
you the
anybody here
question
though.
again. I'm not saying I agree with anybody. You
Yeah.
can make your own independent opinion. It's fine.
Okay.
I am asking you, Santimani George.
That was
You
that
call
respect.
for a rally, Georgie, stop
Yeah,
down, calm
yeah.
down. You are nobody fighting. I am asking you, Georgie.
No, I just want
Louis
yeah,
Brown, Louis Brown
yeah.
said he was bringing 100,000 people. He said it. Yeke Koruba was talking about 40,000. The question to you, Santimani George, did they meet the, the expectation that we'll bring 100,000 or 40,000? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying whether it was protest or rally, nothing. We didn't say that.
I
What you saw today was it.
I can't remember them talking about it. I didn't remember. I didn't remember Yeke
Well,
or
I'm
Louis
telling you
Brown.
because we
Maybe
have the
there's a tip
clip.
for you
I'm
can
not
play
saying
it,
you can
saying
remember,
that we bring
but they have the
100,000
clip.
people.
When Louis Brown appeared on the show, we have the
Yes,
clip, Georgie.
I
I'm not
didn't
saying
remember
you can
anything, so I
remember.
didn't
You
say
were
whether
on the
they.
show.
But it's clear that the number they expected the turnout wasn't encouraging
Thank you very much. It
for the
wasn't
organizer
encouraging.
on the
That's
show.
all. I'm not
Honest,
trying to
wasn't
give
encouraging.
reason. This
Yeah,
Saturday, you say you can remember, so we are
yeah,
not lying
but what
because
they
who
tell
got the
bring
clip?
1,000.
So let me, Dr. Richardson, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to add that normally when you plan an event such as a rally or even a party, you kind of have a high expectation of people who will attend. And so if Louis Brown or Yeke Kolobaki and said, what amount of people they wanted to have there, that's how you plan. You don't want to say, oh, I would just have one person at my rally or two-person at my rally. I mean, you don't want to do that. So you have a high
So
expectation of who's going to attend.
let me say this. We got to be fair to the Liberian folks, and I would never agree that somebody should agree with me. I want us to disagree, but we should stick and hope that the people understand us better. When you have the organizer in chief, Louis Brown, saying we will go through all 17 electoral districts of Mustarado County, We would bring out 100,000. Yeke Koluba said, I would take my car, we would bring out the numbers. If they can say that and they didn't deliver today, there is no excuse. There is no excuse. I'm not talking about the reason why they didn't deliver. No, I'm talking about there is no excuse because there were less than 3,000 folks at that opening. Less than 3,000 folks at the opening. And then we can move on to say why the turnout was poor. More at it. Seeing what we have seen and knowing what we know, why was the turnout poor today? Can you give me some reason why was it poor?
Um, there could be several reasons why they did not get the the numbers that they expected. Um, First, we had to distinguish whether it was a political rally for the ANC or it was a protest for the Liberian people. If we can distinguish between those two, then we'll be able to come up with with some reasons. If this was a political rally for the ANC, then you expect that the people you see there, majority of them will be the ANC people. If if it was a protest on behalf of the Liberian people, then the organizers made some mistakes. One, they did not inform other key civil society organizations and political actors or political institutions to convince them to see reasons why there should be a protest because of the reasons that they gave. The other thing is the organizers again started to make it to look like um, if you don't come out, you are in opposition, then you are for this person or you are for that person. Like I heard Mr. Brown said, if any political leader does not come out, then I mean they're on the side of the government. If anybody does not come, people who will not come out in opposition, then I mean they're on the side of the government. Look, you do not organize a political protest like that or a protest and think that people are under some sort of coercion to come out. People come out to protest for various reasons. And I know this because I have been involved with the organizations of several protests. Under this government, the first one we did was the Bring Back Our Money protest. That was done in September 2018. It was, in fact, right after that protest that Samuel Tuer wrote the letter that I should be transferred to Grand Crew. You have to involve civil society organizations so that it becomes genuine. And I will stick to the point where if it were a protest, you also have to invite other institutions, like what we did for the June 7th. When we considered the idea, when Henry Costa considered the idea, conceived the idea and sold it to us, we had the first meeting and agreed that, look, it cannot be just us. We will not be successful because we want to send a message that so things are happening in the country and the people need to understand and know it, and the international partners need to know. So what we did, we wrote the Student Unification Party, we wrote the EFFL, we wrote we invited all of the political parties. We even sent a message to the CDC. We said, look, we understand that this is your government, but this is a protest for the Liberian people. And those who were convinced, they all joined us, and we carry out massive publicity all around. You had the Oscar Cooper experience, you had SUP carrying out their own awareness, you had the EFFL, and you had the political parties all coming together. That's why the June 7th thing was successful. Now, if it was similar intent with this one, then I thought my big brother Louis Brown and others made some mistakes. Rather than projecting and sending a message that if you're not can, then you're against the protest or you're against the people, it was wrong to have proceeded that way. You needed to have called, once you conceived the idea, you needed to have invited civil society organizations, other political actors, discuss it with them, and then you strategize on how to do it. On the other hand, if it were a political rally for the ANC, I mean, they went ahead with it, they did it, the ANC supporters came out, and in my mind, they did great.
So let me say this to you before we move on, real quick, 30 seconds more. So even if this was about just ANC, are you telling me ANC having less than 3,000 people in Maserati?
No, 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 so I will not judge. I will not judge the turnout to say that that is the ANC membership. We all understand that ANC participated in the election, and in Maserati, I think they came third or fourth.
So
So
that's my point I'm making, Mo Ali. If they came third, right, in Maserati, if they came fourth in Maserati, today was one of the biggest days. So we agree if this is not an opposition rally, I will move to Kev Hassan, Dr. Richardson, come back to St. Tomani George. Kev, if we're giving this just to ANC and not the opposition, is that a turnout that will give them victory 2023?
Well,
Oh,
I said,
and the original question was why the turnout was poor, Kev.
I said this on the show several times, and I don't know. I remember I was challenged on the show. I said Mr. Cummings will get less than 7%. This turnout has vindicated me because because of what we're seeing. Because you cannot project yourself. You cannot call rally. Let me say this to you, as CEO. Mr. Comey is not a stakeholder in our election. He's not there yet. He is not. Our opponent is the Unity Party. I will say that. He's not there yet. He need to stop pretending like he's uh, um, uh, a part, like he's up there. He cannot call for rally and exclude uh, uh, his fellow opposition. So if you ask the question and say, look, and say, look, and why the turnout low? The turnout low because, CEO, our polling has, has proven us right. I told Louis Brown on the show. Louis Brown said he questioned our polling, CEO, and our polling is spoon polling is right. People who out there questioning the spoon for going out there and say, "Oh, that spoon, oh, you're doing, oh, spoon polling." This rally question, and let me say this: I just was talking to a friend of mine who said, "You say, Kev, protest. One person can protest. Mo Ali can go and protest. We have seen a military guy for protesting in this country because they were going against in the military, don't how they call it, don't tell or something like that about this gay right. So we have seen that in here one person can protest, but when you call a rally should be a massive people come out to rally around you because of one cause: we tire suffering. But if you cannot get people, because people don't believe you. Nobody believe you, CEO. So when you question you ANC, come on this platform and question the polling of the spoon. There you have it. You have it. You see it. I know my brother Mo Ali want to play that middle. Oh, this want to play that policy. Muali, it's about time we have to face it. The ANC is not formidable, will not be formidable because Mr. Cummings has been rejected by the people of Liberia. And I will say this to you, CEO, and I will say this to you clearly. It's about time that we stop to discuss Mr. Cummings on the platform, because Mr. Cummings is not formidable. Mr. Cummings don't have the rating. We should not discuss, and we should move on and talk about necessary people, and we'll talk about people. The opponent to the CDC is a unity party, not the ANC or the fixed CPP. At this moment, I think it's a waste of airtime. At this moment, it's a waste of the Liberian people time, because the Liberian people have spoken to a Spoon TV, which is the only station in the Republic of Liberia talk about Mr. Cummings. The Liberian people telling Spoon TV and telling you, Stenson Witherspoon, we don't like this guy. We don't want him. We don't know him. He's nothing. He's nothing. So let's move on. Let's move on and let's discuss relevant people. I would rather discuss Joe Buckeye failure in the past 12 years to discuss about a man who is not relevant in our politics. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from Mr. Cummings.
Thank you, Captain. Dr. Richardson, same question. Why are we here? Why the turnout was poor? And you can go ahead, have your 2-3 minutes, Dr. Richardson.
So, I would like to add, like any political party or institution, when you have a rally, definitely you want if I could get the whole Monster Rally to attend, I would do that. But it's impossible to do that, okay? Given all that we saw from different outlets, including the Spoon outlet, people were at the rally. It was successful. It was impactful. The message was out there to conscientize the people and to sympathize with them against what is happening in our country. Any serious person, anybody who lived in Liberia and have family in Liberia will understand that the George Weah government has taken our country backward. Things that was so easy to do, things that people were accustomed to, opportunities that Liberians had are no longer available because the George Weah government is stealing our money. It is unheard of in our government to have a president leave the country unattended to in the middle of crisis. We had the rights crisis, we had the religious crisis, we had the census crisis, and then to come here on this platform to hear someone speak about someone is not a formidable candidate when they don't even know what formidable candidate is, or when they have not even experienced Liberia like the way the Liberians are experiencing Liberia. You went to Liberia after 30 years, my brother Kev, and you saw the darkness when we drove up to Broad Hill. Is that what a country is supposed to look like? And we are asking for a better pathway. And this is what Mr. Cummings and others who sympathize with the Liberian people went to present that message. If you are tired of suffering in Liberia, this is the rally for you. This is a movement to continue to go into other parts of the country to let people know. We're not going to just go by number of popularity contest. We know for some people who are just myopic in their thinking, numbers is everything to them. Okay, popularity is good in terms of certain things, but this is not the whole idea. Liberia is at the place where we don't need popularity right now. We need someone with substance who can provide for the country, who has been in system, who understand what we can put in place to move our country forward, to have good governance. That's what we need right now. So for someone to come here and tell me so the rally was not impactful or this person is not formidable, it's a pure lie. We saw pictures from different angles, from different places. We're not going to sit here and make decisions about pictures that only was seen from one angle. This is a movement. People are going to move forward now and present Mr. Cummings' message. One of the best things he said today, he had an affirmation. People read after him. Okay, he believes in the Liberian people. that if given the right opportunity, our country can get on the path of development like other countries in West Africa and other parts of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. The Saint, Tomatin George. Saint Tomatin.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, your
like I
internet is
said
escaping. I don't know.
earlier. I don't know.
Go ahead. We
You
can
can
hear
hear me
you
now, right?
now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, uh, they first of all, they are on the eve of this rally. They have money that the money alleged the money getting missing was another of affecting the rally. And let's be honest, this rally was attacked the day it was announced. It was attacked by even the fellow opposition attacked the rally. There was, I mean, we saw the attacks on all angles. They attacked this rally to the extent they tried to sabotage and everything was true at the rally. Like, but I tend to agree with Mo. The organizer of this rally, they should have gone back to school when people start expressing concern about how the rally was being organized. Should go on the drawing board and say, look, this rally is not about ANC or CPP, it's about the Liberian people. So we want us to get back and let's try to work together with this rally. June 7th rally was successful because they went to the drawing board, organized themselves, and went out there. But this rally, but then when I saw the organizers saying, "Oh, we can do all you, the person, we need the person," I knew. I saw that they even started to punch hole in their own rally because you cannot do it alone. And don't forget, I remember when CDC was in opposition, there were times when CDC organized something, people that were CDC sympathizers, they were afraid because if you work with government, you do business with the government, you're afraid to come out to show. So all the things factor into it too. There are people who if you go to the voting booth, they will go and vote. But because they won't be seen in the okay, we'll see the camera all there. People watching. Now social media is all around. People watching. So okay, I saw the man he working with Ministry of Finance, but yeah, I seen him with ACP rally and Ugain. There's politics into it. This is how our politics have gone. So all factor into it. And they rally were attacked, but again too, the organizers should have gone to the drawing board and done a job by getting calling UP, calling other parties. Look, we're having a problem, but let us come together and see how that's better. But instead, they started to do it to go alone, which and it shows that you you cannot go more test and say, look, coming to go to an election, no, we cannot make it alone. We need opposition unity. We need to come together, or else we will continue to have these kind of results. But but again, comes to this guy, I noticed that he's the most attacked political leader in the country. But I get people say he's not important, he's not a factor, but everybody attacking this guy. They attack him. He's on an attack every day. And they're not important. People keep on attacking him. He gets 7%, but they attack him viciously. They go after him every day. People attack him. They call him in, but yet and still, he's not a factor. Okay. And the third thing, I remember 2005. Who will tell you that we not put out the biggest numbers in the country? Who put out the biggest number? Whip us. 2011, we put out a bigger number. They whip us. So the numbers thing can play into it. But on the all about the turnout today, from what I just saw another sizable picture of it, despite all the sabotage and everything that went into this rally, I think some of the people who support them will say, well, I think we have some numbers. We have some numbers too. It's not like the place was so empty, but it has a number, and that's a rally, now a protest. Right? So I think show up there, I thought it would have done a better job to have involved organization in a better result. But then there's a lot of factors into it, and lesson not only the CPP and ANC lesson that is they need to
Someone, George, we are sorry that we're losing you. Your internet is not right.
Who support
Sintumane, your internet is not right. Can you make that adjustment, please?
Yeah.
It's coming up really, really bad. If you can hear us.
Everything is fine. I hear you.
Yeah. Just for a second, we're losing you,
I hear
Timothy.
you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what.
If I just want to, I
Yeah,
just
go
want to,
ahead. Timothy can make that adjustment. Go ahead.
I wanted to add this whole idea of,
Yeah, but
not
so
inviting groups to
you ain't
come.
hearing me still?
Hold on 1 minute, Dr. Richardson. Say something, Timothy. What you say? Can you hear us?
Is it
Oh,
frozen,
Timothy.
Timothy?
yeah, you hear
Somali,
me
where
loud and
you
clear.
living?
Why more in Morovia?
I want to know which
Uh,
part of Miami you living.
I
You
hear
did
you
not
guys loud and
tell me.
clear. I don't know.
But Timothy, if you're hearing all, it doesn't mean that we are hearing you.
I don't know about. I hear you guys.
Yeah, your internet is just not good these few days.
Somali,
If
go
Yeah,
you're
off
but
and
hearing
come
us,
back
But
on.
Phil, don't be fooled by the clock. You know, Tommy go with his clock. He probably then somewhere.
all right. So let's move on. Timothy, we'll get back to you. Fagun, welcome to the show. Dr. Richardson, can you please
I just
finish
wanted
your
to
thoughts?
add that this concept about inviting people to the rally, obviously, I like what Moali said about inviting civil organizations, civil service organizations, but you know, there are some people who came out and said, "I'm not coming to the rally because I wasn't personally invited." So when I hear those kinds of things, we must take note of that. Those people, not everybody, there are some people who said, because I wasn't personally invited, therefore I'm not coming. And when you say that you are not personally invited, you are talking from a personal egotistical point of view as opposed to sympathizing with the people of Liberia. And so we have to make this distinction between those who are being egotistical driven, okay, versus those who are in sympathy with the people of Liberia who are suffering. And I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I know you want to respond to that, Mo Ali. Then we'll bring in Eugene Fagon. So, Mo, let's give you a minute.
Uh, you know, we as political leaders, um, we have several things and work to do on behalf of the people because we want to change the current condition of the country. And I agree with Dr. Richardson when she said the condition of the people under the current regime is very terrible, and whereas they were better off under the UP, and that makes the case in fight for us to return back, for us to return to the Unity Party.
You added your own
If
small
we,
there to you. I didn't say all of that, but go ahead.
um, um, if we want to do it for the people, your intent is to send a message that look, we 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 are suffering and we are tired of suffering. It's the same reason why we contest for elections, Dr. Richardson. When you stand, you talk to the people, you have a mind to change their conditions. You have a mind to bring better to the country. But you see, the problem is you have to convince them. There are people here suffering, and you have to convince them to say, yeah, you're suffering, but this is how we need to change it. Now, the message for the rally, for me, I 100% agree with it. But you see, it works differently in Liberia. People, because they are suffering, they take every day of their time to go hustle. Before in Liberia, Dr. Richardson, you were here before the conflict on Sundays, you will not see anybody anywhere selling. Nowhere. This time come here on Sunday. As early as 7 o'clock, there is already traffic. Red light is already packed. Dollar market is already packed. Because the people cannot afford to lose a day this time. So when you're organizing something on their behalf, in order to send a clear-cut message, which I agree with, you must do it so that the leaders of other civil society organizations and political institutions can be involved, so that you cannot have your opponents to sit here and say, oh, you are doing it to project yourself politically and now it has become failure. In Liberia, our politics is number. In any other place, when you are calling a rally, you better make sure to get a number, or else you have the careful sound of this word to sit on this platform and tell you, say,
You were not successful. It happens to everybody. When you are having a political program and people go there, they got spies there. They send people early. They sit with their phones. They sit there. Small mistake you made, they take a picture and send it around. And these things have impact on the supporters. You see the way Liberians think? There are people sitting on the fence that are Richardson. They go with the crowd. There are people here who always just want to celebrate victory. They do not want to be on the losing side, whether they suffer or not. Just the fact that people can just jump in the street and celebrate victory, they join them. When they see that this side is putting up a crowd, they jump behind them. And this is from the angle from which I speak. When we're doing it, we want to do it in the interest of the people. Let's do it collectively. Let's do it holistically. I mean, anybody will sit home and support the rally. That other people will say, you know, I will sit home and support it. And I usually tell people sitting home to support it does not send a message. Nobody gets the message when you sit home to support the rally. Nobody gets the message when you sit home and you don't speak out when you are suffering. And these things, we need to learn them, you know. So for me, Dr. Richardson, you muted.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you. So maybe we can move on to Mr. Fagon. Welcome to the show. I think Stanton step away for a second. So you want to just finish up your last thoughts and then we can move on to Mr. Fagon?
Well, thank you for having me. Let me extend warm greetings to all of you on the platform. And instead of just jumping right into it, let me ask you if you have a question in particular for me before I flow on.
Well, you know, I'm taking away over because Stanton just stepped away. But we're talking about the success of the rally.
Yeah.
And so I know you've been following. Do you want to just make a few comments about the success of the rally?
If you say what I want to make a few comments about the success, we'll have to determine whether the rally was a success or a failure, because then I will be able to make the comments in such regards.
Honorable Fagon, the first question Stanton asked was, judging from the numbers, from the pictures you saw today, not the intent of the rally, but judging from the numbers, do you consider it a success? The numbers that turned out today vis-a-vis the numbers that were pronounced by the lead organizers.
That's a question Dr. Francine posed.
But that's the same thing. I know.
That's what Dr. Francine said. Yeah.
And that's the point I was coming to when I said, and I'm going to say again, when I said you will have to make the determination whether it was a success or a failure, and then you can make comments in regards to the success if you agree. That's the point I was getting to. I think more you guys are trying hard to prove a point, and you proved that point today. But in your mind, you're believing that you proved that point. For me, as an analyst, a pundit, a communicator, whatever you want to say, until you can prove otherwise, you're living in fantasy. And the reason why I say so is we saw what Kumis brought out today. We have not seen yours yet. I'm sure you will agree with me before I proceed. And I know for a fact that I said that they should call off the rally. And I get the reason why I thought they should call off the rally. I had earlier on asked Mr. Brown if he had contacted people. The Liberian people are my witnesses. They will testify to it. And when he said we're in the process, I said, because if this rally fails to bring out the people that you are talking about, then it's going to hurt you. And so the question Dr. Francine asked as to whether the rally was a success or a failure, from my vantage point and from where I sit, it was a catastrophic failure. And I can prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And it happened because of several reasons, amongst which would be the complete and utterly disregard and respect by the Unity Party for the ANC CPP rally, the visible undermining of the rally from the Unity Party. Even at this point, the celebration of a sister opposition party is unbelievable. But nobody can blame you, because you know what? We are in the political arena. And I will say to Dr. Francine's question, Dr. Francine, with all due respect to you, the last electoral data showed us, I'm speaking from a political point now, that Monserrato put up over 590,000 voters. 5 years down the road, we're projecting that we will be close to between 800,000 to 900,000 voters. Now tell me, the crowd you saw out there today, in 2017, if you have the record shows, I'm not guessing, for Monserrato alone, 590,000 voters, and you go outside of a stadium that has the capacity to take 25 to 30,000 people on the inside, built for that purpose. The Ghana Liberia game saw 70,000 people. Today, you had a rally. And up to 2 p.m., the footages of Cummins and the others walking with the cars behind them and empty buses sitting on the boulevard and other places. That was not good at all. By the time the crowd could converge to say, hey, we have finally come together. Look at Yeke Koluba. He had less than 50 people behind him. Watch the footage. That was not a good sign. And so, in a particular political environment, where in 2017 the numbers was 590,000 above, I'm not whom. So 590,000. How much did you put up today? You had all the time from December 1st, you were trumpeting 17 days, and you cannot put up 5,000 to 10,000 people. It is a colossal failure.
Fagon, let me hold you there. Fagon, don't do this. Don't do this.
CEO, before you go, Fagon, I need to respond to something he said quickly about the UP.
Yeah, hold on. Fagon, hold your thoughts, because I want to give that piece of information and analysis for the guys to discuss. It is important going back in history and preaching this message for almost 6 months. Here we are today with less than 3,000. More your quick point, and let me bring the guys in.
Yeah, so quickly, you know, Fagon made a very erroneous statement that the UP undermined the rally, the UP was against it. Fagon, I'll say this to you very quickly. The UP had absolutely nothing to do with that rally. I don't remember any of the officials of the Unity Party speaking against it. I don't remember the Unity Party making any point. As a matter of fact, the officials of the Unity Party were quizzed about this rally, the Secretary General, and he said, we respect the inalienable right of the ANC or the organizers of this rally, and we encourage people, if they have their free will, to participate. But the UP has not been written, has not been informed, so officially we do not know about it. We do not know the intent, but people have their right. So the Unity Party has got nothing to do with it. They say they undermine his sister party.
What more? Who you think you talk?
You do not need to find a way every time to drag the UP in. We understand the UP is the party that should be discussed.
So more, Adi, you make that point. Now we got to come back to the discussion. Yeah, you make that point. I'm going to give Fagon the 30 seconds to reply to you, and we got to come back to the discussion. Fagon?
More, the Liberian people listening out there heard a surrogate of the Unity Party, Henry Costa, speaks specifically ordering his people not to attend. Whoa, let me talk. You are talking.
No. United
We got to give the man a chance to speak now. I stopped him from interrupting you. Give him a chance to speak, please. No, it will not be this thing all day. That's not going to speak.
We heard all of you guys saying that you were not informed. Even a cheeky on my Towuli Dompa for 3 weeks knew that there was a protest. Even the goats heard Louis Brown on this network say that they were reaching out to you. It was a process, and they were appealing to you to join on this network. You go and tell that thing to the ABC chairman. You guys decided to prove a point, and you did. You cannot say you did not know about the rally. It was 3 weeks, and these people have been talking. You cannot say you did not hear about it because you spoke about it and said you were not rating officially as a party. Therefore, you will not participate. It was clear as daylight. In my opinion, and the opinion of all Liberians listening, the fact that you declared that you will not take part because you were not informed, you knew nothing about it.
I'm sure that has gone beyond 1 minute 30 seconds.
Last but not the least, when Unity Party decided to say, bring back our money, how many parties they wrote? They announced and people joined them. When CBB organized, the others joined them. I'm not faulting you. I'm only giving you the truth.
So let's move ahead now.
Clarification. No.
More Ali, wait. More Ali, wait.
Few clarifications here.
More Ali, I am the one that moderating the show. Please wait. Again, you will have your time to respond to Fagon, and we will move on.
Thank you.
So be very straight up, please.
Okay, so quickly, I will start with the last point. The UP has not called a protest yet. The Bring Back Our Money protest was called by the EFFL, by the Student Unification Party, other civil society organizations, including me. That's one clarification. Number two, Henry Costa is an independent political analyst and a member of the ALP. He is no surrogate of the Unity Party. True, he is one of the most vocal supporters of Ambassador Bwaka, the standard bearer of the Unity Party.
Okay, I misspoke.
I come in. If we are judging from what Fagon is saying, that because the UP did not participate, therefore the rally became a catastrophic failure, it goes to prove that the Unity Party is indeed the most formidable political opposition party in this country, and that point has been made very clear.
I agree. I don't disagree with you on that point.
So guys, we just agree on something and we move on. Let me bring this into Money George, Dr. Richardson, Kev Hassan. Let's go back to the issue Eugene Fagon raised. Eugene, I will give you another 10 seconds, please. Forget about the UPT now. The one you were hitting on, the one you were hitting on first before I pause you to go back to do this round. Give us just real quick, put it in the nutshell. What was your argument here? The failure of this protest today.
My argument is Louis Brown sat on your network and said, just imagine it's Montserrat, but people will come from all over. So we are talking about 17 districts here. They produced 29 buses for 17 districts. And if you look at Montserrat in 2017, they had over 590,000 registered voters. Now we are projecting that will be between 800,000 to 900,000 voters. If ANC was to take a chunk of the voting pie, and we say, oh, ANC as a party all by itself, without Liberty Party or the CPP, you command your partisans to come outside. Let's go back now to 590,000. Let's not put any other number to that 590,000. Is that the best you could do today? Is that out of 590,000
Thank you.
2017?
Thank you.
Is that what you
You
could
make
put
your
out
point.
today?
But let me add this real quick. You make your point.
I just wanted to close on this note
Yeah.
on that number.
Yeah.
So today, what happened? You had the ANC and the Liberty Party controlled by.
Correct.
And then you had all the other people who decide to join, including me, who supported it, right?
In spirit.
In spirit. Because the money disappeared, so I disappeared. I supported it in spirit. But again, for all the people who supported it from outside, is that the best?
No. So wait.
If that is the best,
Wait. So, no. You didn't. Hold on right there. We get that part of Liberty Party. That part of Liberty Party. We have all of the ANC. And whosoever making up the CPP, plus the bystanders, plus the CDC that had nothing to do today and they said they were going there.
I led the disenchanted.
And Tumani George the disenchanted. Kev Hassan, are we missing the very important point that Eugene just raised? Is that what they have to show for this 6 months organizing rally? 21 buses, 17 districts. I'm not going to say that ANC done or CPP done, but something here is just not adding up. How for Liberty Party, Musa Hassan Belite? Where are the forces? The ANC that came third, where are their forces? The combination of the ANC and CPP and any other sympathizer with the disenchanted sedition.
Why you keep saying ANC came third?
Okay.
Why you left Bromsky?
Okay, ANC came fourth. Thank you for that correction. You corrected. But let's just agree now. Is this what they have to show? Are we missing something, Kev? You have the 1 minute. We'll go to Dr. Richardson. I will bring his money in for last on this one.
See, it's not about missing something. It's about knowing something. What we need to know that the Liberian people rejected Mr. Cummings. If we say missing something, it's like, oh, Mr. Cummings, maybe UP or this. It's about knowing something. What we know now, that the Liberian people has rejected Mr. Cummings. They don't want him. And let me make this clear. They don't like him. They feel that Mr. Cummings is not truthful. They feel that Mr. Cummings is playing games. They feel that Mr. Cummings is fake. And I will ask this question. Based on what happened today, Mr. Cummings, is he desperate? Or if I may use and Dr. Richardson word, is he mentally challenged? The reason I will say this, because this man who the ANC people said that he working the corporate world, he's this guy, he's this, can even understand that the people don't like him. They took him down waterside and he thought the people were for him. Not realizing it's Christmas, people all on waterside waving in the air, thought the people were for him. And I'll repeat again. Is he desperate or mentally challenged? The people don't like you. They don't. And I can say, we the people, we the Liberians don't like you. We reject you. It's about time that I will call on my party. Let's focus on the real deal. Let's focus on who is formidable, not Mr. Cummings. He's not formidable.
Thank you.
Focus on the real deal.
Dr. Richardson?
It's not.
First of all, I want to just sidetrack a little bit and discuss the issue of mentally challenged, since my brother Kev is here diagnosing or discussing mentally challenged. When we look at someone who's mentally challenged, from my professional experience, we are looking at one's ability to interact socially with people. We are looking at one's ability to hold a job, their occupational functioning. We're also looking at one's ability to relate interpersonally with people. And I think it's very clear, if we look at those categories, Kev Hassan, George Weah has difficulty interacting socially with people. We have several of his friends come on this program and discuss that he's the kind of person that holds grudges. Okay, we suggest to us something happens in his childhood. So if you want me us to go deep down into some analysis of him, I can do that very well for you. But please do not come on this show to discuss about mental challenges of people when you know very well you have a sitting licensed psychologist here. So let's move. And then, of course, his occupational function is poor. He can't even do his job. We know he hardly goes to work. He doesn't even have the education requirement or prerequisite or experience to handle such job. And lastly, interpersonally, we know, we look at his family background. And I'm not going to sit on this show to discuss his family background. That's one of the things we look when we talk about interpersonal relationship with people. Now, let's go back to the question that you asked about the rally. Again, I want to just say that Team Cummins were very brave. You know, they were one of the few institutions in our country, okay, few organizations in our country that took a leap to identify and sympathize with the Liberian people. You know, Mr. Fagman asked a good question. I have not seen Unity Party, any aspect of Unity Party, come and present themselves to Liberian people. I was in Liberia. CDC had an anniversary. There was in fact, Lester Tenney, Dr. Lester Tenney, who is a member of CDC, came on this show and he said it was a failure. Their rally, he spoke the same description about buses being empty compared to previous rally on this show. So I'm not going to sit here and measure a success of a rally based on full buses, empty buses, how the camera anchor show who was there and who wasn't there. The message went out. Team Cummins took a brave step and identify and simplify with Liberian people. That is very, very important. I have not seen another party, and with all of the challenges, okay, some people, I'm not going to say all political institutions didn't undermine this rally. There was some people in our country specific undermining this rally, made it very challenging for Team Cummins to proceed, and we have to hold those people accountable. Okay, you did not identify with the Liberian people when you were called to do this. You are very egotistical. You are asking for a letter to come to you. You are asking for specific position, specific speech that you needed to make, and we can no longer, as Liberian people, put you guys up in high places anymore. We identify with the simple people, the Mary out there, the people who came yesterday and spoke at the press conference, who sell their little market and who want a better Liberia. We don't want this Liberia where those of you who can afford it, all right, you sit in high places and then send messages down and you send crumbs down to the other Liberians. We're not going to accept that anymore. So I'm done.
You sure? You want to continue a little bit?
Oh yes, I can continue if you give me the chance to. No, I can continue.
No, no, Dr. Richardson, you're not there messing with you.
No,
not there messing. Sister, you're not messing with you.
Thank you.
It's Timothy and George. A few weeks back, Nathaniel Michael visited Semenotes. He put out a huge cry. We're about to show the clip. Within the same time frame, my sister Senator Yombli Kanga Lawrence visited the National Election Commission headquarters. We're about to show the crowd. These are political actors that they never went with their party. They never went to those events with their party. They went as an individual. They went to make the case. We all do understand that even Yombli, she doesn't have the full blessing of the entire party. But yet and still, she ought to call crowd. Nathaniel might get on sanction. He should say that he shouldn't talk. Former minister chief of staff to the president, but he put out a great crowd. Let me be honest, Georgie. This is, we shouldn't limit this to ANC. This is the new CPP. Half for Liberty Party, Musa Hassan Bility, and that of 2017-2016, Arizona Cummings ANC. What are we going back? He went to the country in 2015. He started his political negotiation 2016. He declared that he was running, and the rest is history. Today, Louis Brown said, every CPP members, every Liberians that tired suffering, over 100,000 of them just in Moserado will turn out. We are not going to exclude those from Magibi because they share common border. We shouldn't do that to them. We'll not exclude those from Bonkante. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. How disappointed are you, Sintumor and George? Going back to what Fagon said, that ANC or the new CPP, they are not repeating history, at least for Cummings to come forth of faith. When you talk about Moserado alone, Mr. George.
Okay. If you're not getting me, let me know. But it's my computer. It's not my internet. If I have, let me know. I'll switch to my phone. Okay. Yeah.
Do that because you're going off again. So switch. That would be better.
I think it's a computer.
Yeah, I think that your computer, you are frozen.
I had a computer that used to do
sticking.
the same thing to me.
Yeah, okay. You are sticking, George. You just go out and come back, please. All right, while Sintumor and George, I want to bring you on with the same question, Minister Fagon. Everything I just lay out to Sintumor, forget about the other political party. Something hit me. Somebody just sent me that text. It's Liberty Party, Honor Musa Bility. It's ANC and all the other little group, sympathize or disenchanted. Why are we still under 3,000? The 2015 Mr. Arizona Cummings up to now in Moserado County, is he still riding under 3,000? Can you talk to me, Fagon?
Well, let me start by saying I think Mr. Alexander Cummings overplayed his hands on several fronts. Let's start off by saying the message. He called for change, and the Liberian people they started to see Cummings trying to rally the crowd, trying to rally the people for unity, for peace, and specifically for change. And what happened? Cummings went back and brought the old guys. That wasn't change. The next thing people saw is the same kind of careless political mistake that happened yesterday. You got resources. You got friends. You know people who know people who know people. But you keep talking about there's no investment coming to the country, but you won't bring your friends. You keep saying the government is not creating jobs, but you have the money, you don't even have a factory. You come back, you want to spend, and indeed he did spend over $250,000 on a rally that yielded no results. At the end of the day, I gave you the breakdown that 4,000 bags of rice could have been given to the people for Christmas. That another 700 people could get $100 each from the 70,000 that got missing. That somehow you could give the 7,000 people $10 each to buy chicken. So the message and the messenger is not jiving. And what the Liberian people don't like is what you're giving them. You got the contact with Washington. You push your contact to where your greatest achievement now as a political leader, and I'm not trying to put Kumis down. I'm trying to get Kumis advisors to understand Liberian politics. Right now, the greatest achievement of Mr. Kumis is sanctions on Liberian government officials. That is what he was able to bring to the Liberian people. And I will say this to Kumis advisors. And I know my dear sister Francine will not like to hear this, but please, I beg you, I'm convicted in my spirit. The only way to the presidency for Kumis is through Joseph Boakai. I would like to repeat myself, and that's a debate I will hold with anybody. The only path to the Liberian presidency for Alexander Benedict Kumis is through Joseph Boakai. Anything short of that is done. And if he does not pursue that path, he should forget about 2029. It is not feasible for him. Because today, it is safe to say that it is the end. Because for me, no matter what Kumis does now, Kumis cannot beat Boakai. Kumis cannot beat George Weah. And I don't want Kumis to get to the point where Kumis will say, if my people want to vote, let them vote. I will not control anybody. But for now, the only pathway to the Liberian presidency is through Joseph Boakai.
Are you saying this because of the no, hold on. Are you saying this now? Are you saying this now because of what you saw? Are you saying this because of what you saw today?
No, I followed everything for the last 5 years of Mr. Kumis. It is now safe to conclude now that the only pathway to the Liberian presidency for Kumis is through Joseph Boakai.
Wow. Wow.
And I say this, and I'm ready for a debate, because let me tell you something. You host a rally today, and you say, we are tired of suffering. Since when you and anyone here have known Liberian people to enjoy on any government to the point where they say they've never suffered before? But if you will come up to say the suffering is grave, and still people will not join you, even though they're suffering, it's a message. Secondly, you took the Liberty Party on paper. You took the Liberty Party chairman. That's two of Liberia's biggest party. Out of four, there are four large parties in Liberia. You commanded two, and you can't put 4,000 people outside? Or 10,000?
No. Listen, forget about those things now. That come back to this thing you just said. I get my phone going crazy. The only pathway of Mr. Cummings now, his political lifeline, his internal organ, when you talk about politics, lies in Omen Joseph Yema Boakai. And look, just look at the live feed right now. Look at what people are saying. But Mr. Cummings said, with everything in him, he would never, ever settle for number two. And he doesn't even want to hear that. Let me bring in Sintuman and Josh. And I want to give you time, George. I hope your internet working, man. I want to give you time to ready right on what Fagon just said. He have said that this is the way, the truth, and the light.
Because no people are afraid to look Mr. Kumis in the eyes and tell him, I'm telling him today, if he does not, his political career in Liberia will end. That is it.
So, to George, speak up from there.
Let me say this. The first thing is that the rally today, the turnout, as I said earlier, wasn't encouraging, but there's a little glimmer of hope for Cummings from the little turnout today. But at the same time, to what Eugene is saying, I would not only limit it to Cummings to Cummings to say ANC and CPP, the whole opposition community.
We are missing you, Georgie. Georgie, we are missing you. something is happening with Money George stuff.
You don't hear me, brother?
It's
Okay,
good
yeah,
now.
it's clear.
See, don't
Okay.
move. Don't move. Just stick like
Okay.
that. Don't move.
Okay. Okay. But what happened is that I told somebody today earlier, and honest with you, if anybody think that George Weah is not popular still, they might be making a mistake. That if you can go with an fragmented opposition against him and think you'll pull it, you're making a mistake. In fact, the CDC and they are plenty of welcome instructions for George Weah on Monday, and I know they'll turn on the numbers. But what the outcome of today's rally should send a message to the opposition community, not only the CPP and ANC, to all of them, that you guys should put your act together. Because if you guys will go like this against President Weah in the next 296 days, you guys will have a rude awakening that you guys, because first of all, you guys attacking each other still. The most of the attack about for this rally came about from the opposition community, for each other attacking each other to undermine the sabotage, to undermine the rally. So if, with that kind of attitude going into the election 2023, they are not on the path of victory. On a serious note, I think the best they can do for this rally today. So look, let us have the meeting of the minds. Even if we not go together, let us sign a non-aggression pact that going forward we'll refrain from attacking each other, or our attack should be directed at the person who wants to take from power. And if in an event that we go to a runoff, we commit to this, that we stick together and support that person. But for today's rally, to send a message to them. And if the ANC and Mr. Cummings, to be honest with you, he has put a lot into this process, done a lot of work. I think among all the candidates running, he's the one who has been visiting most of the districts and so forth, almost like on the campaign trail, and still with such a result, you send a message that something is wrong. Cummings needs to do a recalibration of his entire team. Okay, even from his entire office staff to all his team, recalibrate, to do a recalibration, because something is not working. It's not working. It's not helping.
Somebody, George,
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
is missing. And Kev say I shouldn't say missing, but let me say this like this though. Something just doesn't seem right. We can put this on the office staff, on the sweeper, on the new tag team, comics tag team. They took $70,000. I want us to discuss this one as well. How hurtful. The contributing factor that they took the $70,000. Also, we can sit today, look at the result. They ran away with the $70,000. People say Martin Kohler took the money. Other people say it involved every one of them. Mr. Cummings is a lonely man right now. The turnout was the worst in the history of the gathering for a John political organization. Or John, we should be very clear with this one, Kev. It wasn't only ANC. It was the CPP. It was the CPP since 2015, Mr. Cummings entered the country. This is a line that was drawn in the sand, that there was no way in which Cummings expected less than 3,000 people. No way. No way. But here we are today, even too many. For God's sake. See, I never met the expectation. What's the way forward for Mr. Cummings, guys?
Yeah, but just one last thing. Let me just end on this.
Yeah,
another thing is that the T-shirt, the T-shirt with the lady crying should have been this rally team T-shirt.
Correct.
But when I saw them bringing the common T-shirt into the rally and so forth, you're in opposition. You are in a race, and the next thing will happen. The opponent will say, "Well, anything there is a success. The credit will go to you, and it will elevate your status and so forth." So they should not have come with his T-shirt in his rally. Should have, the lady with crying should have been a rally T-shirt and so forth. And the last thing, for the fact the Liberian National Police were giving out food and drinks to the people. Look, honestly, they should have planned to say, look, we provide food and all. Should I tell the police, we know you always bring food and drink, but we want you to bring food and drink for us. We provide our food and drink for our people. But they brought food and drink to the rally.
Gentlemen, I just want to show the video. You brought it. Let me show the video.
My sister, eh? Sister.
So this is the snacks and soft drinks are being distributed right on the main road. On that side there where you have the event is going on. On that side there where you have the event ongoing.
Somebody, let me ask you a question. The people left the rally and they want to get food? Are you kidding me?
And
They left
that's
the
what.
rally. They're standing online now with the Liberia National Police giving them food.
And that's
that
what
was
I told to my
And that was a big mistake they made too. They should have
but they had to spend our money to feed
They should have if they still have money for the rally now, Fagon. But the problem I was saying that one of the strategic things you have done, the police should not have brought food and start giving it. Okay, they should have will provide food and drinks. Everything will be there. The minute
Well,
brought food,
was there food and drink from the organizer?
I don't think so. I didn't only have water.
Hey man, Joshi, let me hold you right there. Mo Ali, you've been in this kind of thing before, Mo. I will show the video again because the folks are asking for the video. Those that didn't follow the program today. The CPP, Musa Hassan Belete, the man that can talk when he's sweating Louis Brown, Alexander Cummings, they have decided to organize a rally. No food. It takes the Liberian National Police, the Liberian People Security, under this administration. Let's see this thing again. Wow.
My sister, eh? Sister.
So this is the snacks and soft drinks are being distributed right on the main road. On that side there where you have the event is going on. On that side there where you have the event ongoing.
How did we come to this, man? This is embarrassing, Boadi.
So CEO, I wanted to go back first.
Don't take no Boadi. No. Don't take
us
back.
No. I wanted to talk.
No. We will come back to you when you will take us back. Let's stick with this thing, Boadi. Not begging you. Let's stay on topic for the second. Talk to me about this rally and the Liberia National Police distributing food. The people have turned their back on the rally. I beg you, Moali, talk to me.
You know, Stanton, the first thing we should understand about rally is that when you organize political rally, you have to prepare for several things. That if people are not coming there willingly, if there are inducements, these things happen, and people come, to disrupt things. There are people who come to rally. Several people come to rally. There are people who come to see what really going on. Did you pull the crowd that you talked about? There are people who come to say, okay, they're from different political persuasions. They come there and they say, oh, we were there at the end of the day. Then they say, yeah, we just went there as pay agent. We took money. Look, the organizers of the rally should have prepared for every given scenario, because that was what we did with our two rallies, with our two protest gatherings. We knew that people were going to have water to drink, and so people who were supporting us, ordinary supporters. Some people say we'll get truck of water, some people say we'll bring snack. And even if the LNP are attempted to bring food, they could not feed 20, 30,000 persons. So they would not even attempt it. On the January 6th, in fact, why the LNP decided to start shooting tear gas at all was because the people were prepared, they were making that fire to start cooking. So these things, all of them have to be taken into consideration in order for you to have a successful rally in Liberia. If you don't do that, you will resort to this kind of thing. And it also tells you the level of crowd. And that's why we're talking about, if the crowd come out, if they are seeing 10, 15,000 persons over there, LNP, they have a small budget, what then they will go to bring to who? They can't do that. And that's why I wanted to come to the Liberty Party thing and the Yomdi thing. We keep singing. This has proven that the Liberty Party is under the control of Yomdi Kanga Lawrence, period. We saw Yomdi organize a protest here, and it was successful without making the massive publicity that went into this. And Yomdi put up an impressive crowd without going to any other place, just from within the vicinity of Cinco and other places, to send a clear message to the NEC that the Liberty Party, the broad mass-based support of the Liberty Party is with the truth. That truth I preside over. And they send a clear message. That's why I was telling Dr. Richardson, when you are having a rally to send a message, what sends the message within the context of the Liberian political landscape is the crowd. If the crowd does not come out, nobody get time for what you print and stand over there. Like Kev was talking, in the US, one person can stand and hold their poster, people pass the reading. In Liberia, if you don't put on the crowd, you do not send the message. Because it is the crowd that will send the fear in the government to say, yes, there are things happening. We need to know them. We need to know how to tackle them. When the crying come up, the next thing you see Carrasco then posting is a disgrace. You see Kev sitting and saying they are rejected, and they will be right for saying so. That's why I was saying, when you want to organize it, you should do it and make sure that you have the crowd to do so. And that's why Yombi did. Yombi brought out the crowd and sent the message to them that the Liberty Party.
Mo, thank you very much. Let's see. Thank you. And we'll make this Yombi case, because now the real Liberty Party will have to stand up, and Musa Ability didn't deliver today. He didn't. But we will have that conversation. Dr. Richardson, and we'll go to Kev.
We are listening to, the likes of Mo Ali speak out of two sides of the mouth. Mo Ali came here and said, when you plan a rally in Liberia, you have to be aware of the type of people that attend rally, the type of politicians or people, the type of people that engage in politics. He said some of them are paid agents. Some of them go there to see what's there. Some of them have interest in the rally. And then some of them, I'm just taking out some of the pieces of your words that you said. Some of them go there for food, such as the police sharing food, okay? So you are saying that, people go to rally for different reasons. And so we cannot then draw conclusions about what a rally is and the referenda of a rally. We cannot do that, okay? I would say that the team Cummings braved the storm and held a rally. They were identified with the people in Liberia. We needed all of you guys, including you, Mo Ali, to come to this rally or to send a positive support for this rally to identify with the people of Liberia. We are tired of suffering. The people are tired of suffering in Liberia. Until we learn our own people, the reasons why people go to rally or not go to rally, we cannot sit here and say just because we didn't have crowd or because we had crowd, that means that people are in favor of this or that. We need to do more studying on our own people. Right now, Liberia is at a crossroad. Mr. Cummings will continue to make his case. He's going to continue to go outside to different districts. This is what's next for him. He's going to continue to make his argument to the Liberian people to let them know that Liberia could be a better place, and we could use our own opportunities and resources in our country to make Liberia better for all Liberians, not some Liberians who are benefiting from our resources. Yes, I agree with you that after a rally, or whoever said it, we need to assess. That's a common standard operation that after events, you got to assess what did we do right, what did we do wrong. We didn't do everything perfectly, I'm sure, but I'm sure we did some things. Team Cummings did some things that was very well. Okay, and I want people to be mindful that Mr. Cummings, Team Cummings didn't even have a rally in the last election, and Mr. Cummings came third in Monserrado without a rally, and I will stop there.
Okay,
thank you very much. Let me move. I beg you, Kev. I beg you. We'll come to you. That kept coming. I beg you, move.
I want to come in for 30 seconds.
Yeah,
I know. We'll come to you.
listen, it's something about the folks from the ANC, because the lack of time spending with the ordinary people, not the ordinary people, they feel like the ordinary people are stupid. Seriously. You put a boss, you took them from 6 a.m. and you told them the rally will start 11. You postponed it to 2.
No, it will start 10, not 11, 10.
10, right? Thank
Yeah.
you. And then you
They
took
went to 1.
it 1 and then 2.
Yeah.
With no preparation of how those people will eat their lunch. Young people out, they will have some food. You took them for 6 a.m. You're telling the Liberian people they are tired of suffering, but you put them through suffering. Let me tell you one thing. Louis Brown said something that we'll have to look into it. He said that the 3 Hebrew brothers were in the lion den. So he took them from the fire to the lion den. They're taking the Liberian people for what they say they're suffering into more suffering. With the leadership of the National Police Force, realize that you cannot put our people through suffering. And they say, no. Through the mandate of this president, and say that people do have the right to protest. The way they treated us when we were 12 years by folks like Mo Ali them, no Liberian will suffer that way through the mandate of this president. And I can speak for that because I know that. I know what he said. Let the protester will not go hungry. Through the mandate, I can speak for that. He said, the president said, what they put us through, we will not put any protester through that. If you're going to take them, I will order my police under my government to take care of our people. Because you know why? He said they do have a right to a peaceful assembly. And that's what you see. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time. What they put us through, this president is saying, no protester will go through that. We will not use the method of the gun. We will use the method of our people because they are our people. So if you take people from 6 o'clock to 10, to 1, to 2, how you expect those people? And we have tips to show that these people saying that we were hungry. And the police director, through the mandate of our president, even though he's not there, because I can speak for that, because I know what the president said. Let the people, don't keep our people hungry. And according to our president, the police director exercised that, and our people was fed.
Yeah.
Taking them to.
Thank you. I want to bring in. Thank you. I want to bring in Facon, but before I bring in Facon, I beg you, let's just cool off a little bit. Let's pause. This is very concerning. The people went to retire suffering rally, and you give them water to drink.
To suffer them more.
Honor the sun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Even, no, let's be very, very practical here. Even Louis Brown was tire walking. Fagon, even Louis Brown was tired walking. He had to stand and catch his breath. He had to wait for us few minutes. Then what about the tired suffering people? Louis Brown that is getting paid. Louis Brown that got money. Louis Brown that people saying probably, the whole 70,000 stuff. And Louis Brown had to catch his breath. Fagon. But then the people that they are saying they're fighting for, they're giving them water to drink. And imagine that now, Fagon. Just I beg you for a second. They take the Liberian National Police. Hey man. I will play this again. There are people standing on line, begging for food. Mr. Cummings, we came, you fed us not. Some of them complaining. They had to transfer themselves home because the buses left them back. The contract was only a one-way pay for transportation. We'll take you to SKD, but we're not taking you back. Just one way. That's a chill on Mr. Cummings for a bit, Fagon. Hey man, what was your message to the organizer? I remember when Louis Brown came on the show, you said something to him, man. If you can't deliver, just forget it. But take it away, Fagon. Take it away. This is disturbing.
Well, I said that if you cannot deliver, forget it. Because if over and over people feel that you're not helping a situation, they're soon to walk away. What you saw today, and I will say again, was, for me, a test of people trying to show or prove a point rather than fight for a cause. And so Louis Brown was trying to establish that in the CPP, he is the man. And Billy was there to say, I will support you, but let me see how far you can go. Unity Party and her group, on the other hand, was like, every day we can do it, show us what you can do. And today, what you saw is what you got. Now, 70,000, remember what I said to you? You should not have brought that issue out into the public until after the rally. You told the people, said they stole the 70,000. So who come and waste their time? Again, no food. You got all this money. You spent over $250,000 on the rally. The rally finished now. So what's next? People will be standing to Sir Joseph House, Edwin Snow House, Funati Kofa House, every day again. DeLong House, Yombly House. Because you're just a loon. And that's what somebody said today. If you put that picture up with Louis Brown, that picture went viral. You know that? They said, look at the people who say the tire suffering, look at their stomach. Look at the people who say the tire suffering, look at their stomach. And if you put that up again, you will see their bellies. But you know what the kid said to me? He said, Papa, there's also air in our stomach. Don't put them hungry. Tell her I was set. That's why they carry the whole money. That's not good. That's not good. So I would say to you, like I said before, the only pathway to the presidency of the Republic of Liberia for Alexander B. Cummings, after 6 years in Liberian politics, at this point, it is safe to say, Stanton, on your network, and I'm looking for who will want to debate me because they are afraid to tell Mr. Cummings the truth. The only pathway to the presidency is through Joseph Boakai. First, as VP, in the event anything happens, he will go there, or 2029, the old man will give it up and he'll take it. Anything short of that, Mr. Cummings, is history. That's it. It's done for him. He cannot make it. He will not make it. He shouldn't keep trying.
You asked a question before we move on. I want us to move to our last conversation. We'll talk about the arrest that was made today. You know, while the Roddy failed, we'll talk about that. But you were asking, so what next and where is Mr. Cummings? We are getting information if this is true. Mr. Cummings is at a dinner. He's at a dinner, I think, with the former president. Is the picture up? Thank you. If this is accurate, you are asking where is Mr. Cummings and what next, Fagon? Mr. Cummings, there you go. There you go.
So that is all now Cummings can do. Do what he does. But the presidency is too far now, no matter how hard he tries.
Are you looking at him that he's feeling disappointed, though he's at a gathering to cheer him up? You think he feels sad, discouraged, disappointed, and just wanting to get the hell out of there?
Every time you try, something comes up. You try to put people together, they're not the right people. You lobby for sanctions, people don't like it. You put money down, people steal it. You tell people to come out, nobody shows up. You call your friends, say, let's do it. They say you on your own. Everything you try seems not to work. There's only one hope left. You can become vice president and later president. But if you lose this opportunity, it will never come again. It will never come again. I'm saying it. It will never. 2029 is not promised. The time is now.
Wow. Moali, Eugene Fagon. There goes Mr. Cummings. Mo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me lay this over real quick. We're showing the picture because if confirmed that they at the gathering. After the retired suffering, Mr. Cummings is champagne and wine, and he having some quiet time. But the look, his body language, you see sense of disappointment. How did I get here? And folks are asking the question, why the Roddy fail more? Why was there such a failure today?
You know, the first thing is, I'll respond first to Dr. Richardson when she said people like us should have been there. You see, when you are organizing a genuine protest in the interest of the people, you cannot put Tim Cummings at the head of such rally, because then it is a rally for and on behalf of Mr. Cummings. The second thing is you cannot print t-shirts portraying Mr. Cummings as the face of the rally. So we from the Unity Party, we did not want to control rally, but
we will be a part of a process that is genuinely being prosecuted on behalf of the people, and not to if we got a Mo Ali, Amos Square, Amin Modad, or Luther Tappet, that's basically Team Bwaka will organize a rally. Do you expect ANC people to come there? And we are printing T-shirts with Bwaka face on it. The ANC people will come there. Those who don't support Bwaka, will they come there? From the day the rally was called as a Team Cummings rally, and then on social media, everywhere you see the ANC people, Mr. Cummings will prove a point. We will prove it. And then you say the Unity Party must come there. Tomorrow, it's not going to be all the opposition rally or people who are genuinely tired. And it will go the same way. They will laugh at us if it happened to the UP. And so you do not expect Unity Party to come to a Team Cummings rally. Those were some of the striking mistakes that they made. Louis Brown could not have been the face of that rally. Louis Brown is the face of the Team Cummings. George Wisner is the face of the Team Cummings. Martin Kohler is the face of the Team Cummings. So this was not a rally to say we are highlighting the suffering of the people. It was a political rally intended to engender the Cummings presidency. That's why I said if they wanted a successful rally, they would have called the key stakeholders, civil society actors, other political parties, even before pronouncing the rally. Even before pronouncing, they would have called a meeting and said, look, the people are suffering. What can we do as an opposition community, civil society organizations? What can we do in order to project the suffering of the people? You bring them together. But when you organize it, you pronounce it, and it is spearheaded by Team Cummings. The T-shirts have been printed and with Team Cummings on it, and you expect the Unity Party or the ALP or those who support the Unity Party to come and promote it? I mean, let's be real. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That's why we said, look,
so more. Let's go ahead now. Why did the rally fail? You make that point now. Let's move on, please. Why did this rally fail?
But those are some of the points I gave you. First, they portray the rally not as a rally to bring people together to protest, opposition, civil society organizations, to protest against the untold hardship in this country. It was a rally intended to promote Mr. Cummings, which we do not have any problem with. That is their God-given right. That is their constitutional right. But for God in heaven's sake, you will not call the Unity Party in the rally to promote your presidential candidate when the Unity Party has a presidential candidate.
That is very clear, Mo. It was about projecting Mr. Cummings. You are quite
precisely.
Correct.
Precisely.
When we said that, and Costa said it on the show, the fact that they printed T-shirts with Mr. Cummings' picture, and everything turned around to point finger that, listen, this was the kick-off of the Cummings ANC CPP campaign. This was the kick-off. This was the kick-off of the Cummings ANC CPP campaign. And for us to sit on this show, let's talk to Liberians at home. Let's ask them why you didn't go to the rally. Why you didn't go? Are you not suffering? Have you taken pay? Have you visited a hospital? Your children's school fee are paid? All this reason, Louis ran and lay out. Yet and still the Liberian people say, we will not come because you, Louis Brown, you, Martin Kohler, you, Mr. Cummings, you, Musa Belete, we just don't believe in you, that you guys are sincere. And that's the problem. And afterward, this is what happened. I'll bring you into money, George. And this is what happened. When I said this, Mr. Cummings is with his beautiful wife, Mom Teresa. They are relaxing, having the afternoon ball program, doing their thing. But you can understand, I want you to look at the picture though. Mr. Cummings is not into that program.
I mean, Stanton, the fact here is that if you were a political leader and you put so much money into organizing such a rally and you expected to see a crowd, if we're not going to election, by now Mr. Cummings would have sacked some of those people. Let's be real. If I put my
Let me hold you because the other people that are holding me, let me bring them in. Sintomani George, look at Mr. Cummings, Georgie. He's not a Mr. Cummings we met. He's transforming. He's not happy with the result today. You see this photo. See this one when he was standing up. It's something missing. Discouragement kicking in. Why is Louis Brown? Why is he doing this to me? The money is missing. Martin Kula called his friend Prince 103 immediately when this situation took place. Martin Kula called his high school friend Prince. They didn't say 70,000. It's a huge amount of money, given the first report. Mr. Comey have just entered the country, though. The first thing that greeted him, instead of understanding about the rally today, 70,000 went MIA. The person on the run didn't take 70,000. Whatsoever amount that person took, the rest of the guys took the money, as report coming in from our sources, as alleged. This is disturbing. Look at Mr. Cummings when he's standing up. Look at Mr. Cummings when he's sitting down. He's lost. Talk to me, Sintomani George. I feel sorry for Mr. Cummings.
Yeah, honestly, for all the work and all the resources you have put into this process, I'm not. I mean, honestly, no matter how we try to spin it, right? Uh, he would not be so happy with the outcome today, and so forth. He's not excited. He's not happy. I mean, you got to be brave and give people encouragement that yes, okay, but he's not happy. But like Fagon said, and also Mo said, touched on it too. From the genesis of the rally organization, they should have gotten other folks involved. They should not have made it only the CPP and ANC the face of it. If they had done it, reach out to the others and get them involved, the turnout would have been very huge. Now, I will say again, this the outcome today send a message to the opposition that opposition disunity, you guys will have a problem. You still got 296 days to get your act together. Get your act together and go back to the drawing board and start to engage each other. Like I'll end with this. I know people are about to say people won't like it, but the message I'm getting from Liberia about Henry Costa and Rawa on the 30th, and trust me, the people they've been organizing, they're planning for Costa and Rawa. They should send a message to the people say, look, we better all get together. You may not like Costa, you may like him, but Costa will shut down that city on December 30th. The one he went last night, it will be more than that. And then they will give him more bragging rights and to talk. But they should also message to the opposition say, look, we better all come together. Because if this a guy who a talk show host or Google talk show host can do this, and look at other opposition leaders, then they cannot pull this crowd he's pulling today. You send a message then that we will come together. I'll be honest with you guys. You guys better start reading the writing on the wall and come together. This keep on fighting. It will take you nowhere. And I can see you guys when by regretting Morrison if we are known. If we are known.
Sintomani George, let me take the picture down. And one thing folks should understand also is that all the music that will play, all the music, all the songs Kev have signed. I won't make that the Richardson last on this one. I want to bring it in, Kev. All the music, all the song that would play, it was all about Mr. Cummings. It wasn't about the retired suffering.
Yeah, Mo said it.
It wasn't about the people. Kev, are you with us? Okay, then let me move on. The songs. Go back to the clips. It wasn't about the
Yeah,
retired suffering.
yeah,
It
well,
was
listening.
about Mr. Cummings, the name Mr. Cummings, projecting Mr. Cummings that born, Mr. Cummings days. It was all the songs. How you felt within yourself that was sedition or UP, ALP will go wear Mr. Cummings t-shirt and dancing at Mr. Cummings' son. But something happened though. At the end of the day, I don't know whether James got this up. Somebody that had a t-shirt on, guess what happened? They had a t-shirt on, but look, let's just listen to this.
Them, those that are saying government has not done nothing since. Wow. Wow. Are you prepared to vote for 2023? You prepared to vote? And what could be your thought? Okay. Right. Wow. You want people to help you, your horse got burned and okay. Yeah, but I want to know exactly who you, because there are a lot of people who will watch this video and they will also follow you. Yeah, they will follow you. They will also follow you. Yes, they want to. Who is the president? Wow. 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 Wow.
She's wearing Mr. Cummings retired suffering t-shirt. She's wearing Mr. Cummings t-shirt with Cummings on it. She attending the rally, Kef Hassan, and she said that I will vote for George Manuel Weah. How many of those that were at that rally today saying that we are here, but we'll vote for George Manuel Weah?
Voter education needed. That's what I'm telling you. Voter education needed.
Can you hear me, Kev?
Yeah, I can hear you. Well,
Go ahead.
this is not about voters' education, and that's the message they keep telling Mr. Cummings. That's the deception keep Mr. Cummings keep having. Oh, don't worry, voter education will educate the people. The people know exactly. I can always say that Liberian are one of the smartest voters you can find. If you go in history and see how Liberian vote, you will know that those people vote very, very smartly for the nation. You know, so she went there and she knew she was recruited. She understand the politics. So she said, "Look, yeah, I'm here, but I know who I'll vote for. I'll vote for my president. You cannot get nothing better than that." And I will go back, CEO, to our polling. We asked those questions to the ordinary people. Louis Brown came on the show and discredited the polling, but within their rally, and we can show CEO, we can because of time, we can show more of those kind of things. Who say we yell but we'll vote? There's a clip where a young man is saying, even if he want to be there more than 12 years, we'll give it to him. We young people, they wearing Cummings t-shirts. And Mr. Cummings refused to understand those things. Mr. Cummings refused. You see, when we say Mr. Cummings is out of touch, everybody on this platform know water side. About this time, it's crowded. Christmas time and this. We all know. Nobody on this thing. Maybe Dr. Richardson, I don't know. But no, but I know Mo Ali, Fagon, Tomlin, CEO. We know Waterside. They took Mr. Cummings down Waterside, CEO. The eve of the rally. That was the biggest scam. The biggest scam on Mr. Cummings. Took him down Waterside. And Mr. Cummings thought that the crowd that he saw down water side, that was his crowd. He was just waving in the air. He thought it was there for him. The biggest scam on Mr. Cummings. He out of touch of the Liberian people. We all know Waterside. We all know how Waterside is looking. For decades upon decades, we know about this time. So what Louis Brown, after the 70,000 got missing, they took this man to Waterside and parade Mr. Cummings around Waterside. Show him and say, these people are for you. Tomorrow Raleigh will get these people there.
Damn, so you know what I just thought on, because we gotta go. Let me say this real quick. I just thought on this thing. When you said, you know how the devil took Jesus to the highest pinnacle, the Bible says, to the very top, and showing the entire world and said, look at all these. I will give one to you. And when you said they paraded Mr. Cummings,
they paraded him.
It's like Louis Brown told Mr. Cummings to the juicy area and said, look at all these people coming for the rally tomorrow. They are coming for the rally tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then imagine Jesus Christ up on the mountain to the very highest, Fagron. And the devil show you all over. And so the one thing I want from you, one thing I'm asking of you. And Jesus said, look at the picking. Get from here, man. Worship no other God.
But I can say this to you.
I would say this, no, Kevin. I'm in the spirit right now. I'm in the spirit. Don't do this to me. 70,000 gone. The guy ain't got a text message on my man. You call that in my, yeah, I call that in mine.
You gotta take the man down one side, man. Let's flash him.
Let's take Mr. Cummings for a ride.
Let's take it for a ride.
You know, it's pure dimension.
But I can say this.
Yeah,
when you finish, let me come in on that one.
It's pure rewind. Dr. Richard said, I beg you, smart than my sister. You are my only sister on the show. It's pure rewind.
Yeah.
Because you understand where I'm coming from. Christmas season. Money changer on the street, Broad Street. And you give it to them, they will hit you. They will slap you. You will go home and you will figure your $1,000 gone from your money. That's what they did to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings was so angry. 70,000 gone. United States.
But yes.
Martin could have standing down for long. Look at Mr. Cummings. Look at Louis Brown. Looking around and say, hey,
they're texting each other and say,
let's take him for a ride. Let's take him for the ride.
Let's take him down. Some people say,
Carry Street. I know you on this one. Let me go back to my Bible thing. But you know why? At the end of the day, after it was all said and done, Fagron, that's the richest thing. After it was all said and done, Mr. Cummings thinking. Mr. Cummings imagine. Mr. Cummings is dreaming. And it just reminds me of what the song says. Oh, it is I. Hallelujah, it is I. If that me, oh Lord, please tell me now. And now people begin to imagine. Mr. Cummings said, is this me? 2015?
Yeah, but
2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Kev, you are done. Let's bring in Dr. Richard.
No, give me 1 second. Hey, CO, 1 second. My brother Fagon is here. No, Dr. Harrison, 1 second. My brother Fagon is here. You know, you took me to Liberia after so many years. But there was an incident. I don't want to go deep into that. There was an incident happened. I spent 1 or 2 money, and I called Fagon. You know what Fagon told me? He said, "My man, the EU." Fagon is sitting right here. He said, "The EU."
You say you spent 1 or 2 money? What are you talking about? We got 1 or 2 money.
No, listen.
I'm speaking in code, man.
Yeah, I'm speaking in code. No, I'm speaking in code. Stop, Tomlin. Fagon here. Fagon can say, he can talk about it. Fagon said the EU. I said, Fagon, when he made the email, he said, you know what trade center? He said, you know what trade center? I said, my man, what are you talking about? My man, when I look at that document, I came back, I said, my man, the EBO. Because you know why? After so many years, I lost that touch. I don't know. My brother Fagon said the EU. and they hit me bad way.
No, guys, let's go. We got
Yeah.
to the gun issue. Let me tell you something, right? Dr. Richardson take us one day. We'll go to the gun issue and the arrest. Dr. Richardson, I'm sorry to announce to you, we love Mr. Cummings, but your guys are just stealing from Mr. Cummings. They are rewinding him. Your guys. Let me lay this out for you. Let me lay this thing out. Dr. Richardson, you're a good person. You work so hard for over 20 some years. You're a doctor. You went to school. This is who you are. You love your country, Liberia. But we will say to you, like Tumalin said, like Eugene said, if Mr. Cummings cannot recalibrate, he cannot go back to the drawing board. He will allow these guys then to rewind him every day, to make fool out of him every day, and giving him hope where there is no hope. And I will go back to what Fagon said. The only hope to Mr. Cummings' political victory is through JMB. We can have that conversation later. But I will say this, Dr. Richardson. You're always on the show. I know it's too hard for you these few days, but help yourself out. Like you said before, you are not an ANC member, you're a CPP member, but still it's not helping. Talk to us. Fagon, she said it, Fagon. She's a CPP member, not ANC.
For the record, I am a member of ANC, and I
Oh,
am
you going back again?
CPP USA. For the record, I am a member of ANC, and I am a member of CPP. Okay, so
which one are you? You flip-flopping now. Which one are you? Are you going back?
I really appreciate some of the very substantial feedback that was given today. One of the feedback talked about, assessing an event after the event, assessing the pros and cons of this rally. I think this is a good feedback that the teams coming, I'm sure they already thought about this or they are doing this. But I want to also state that, there's this behavior or this tendency in Liberia that one particular group or somebody has authority on what a rally is supposed to look like or who's supposed to have a rally. I'm hearing, when I hear, I think Mo Ali's mentioned, the rally was supposed to reflect this. It was supposed to bring people together, but it didn't do that. So that means that it didn't follow the instructions that I think that is in some bank somewhere that's supposed to be pulled out. Okay, Liberia is at a crossroad. There are many, 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 many trial and errors that we have to engage in order to take our country forward. And so there are times that we're not going to get things perfectly. Unity Party, you're established here today, is a formidable party, but we have not even seen them have a rally. Okay, so what are we comparing this rally to? What are we comparing this rally to? What is a relative rally that was held by any of the political parties that we can compare this rally to? By all measures, from the pictures that I received, it was a success for something that just started. And let's agree on this show that we all will see it differently.
See what the eating is
My focus.
I see what the eating is coming.
Yeah, you laughing today, right? The time will come. You'll not be laughing.
Thank you. My focus right now is how is it that all of us can have a conversation on identifying with the Liberian people, identifying with the suffering of the Liberian people. There's nobody on the show will agree that Liberian people are not suffering.
That guy charged right now.
We know children are selling in the streets more than ever before. I was just in Liberia in June. Children were all over in the street selling more than ever before. That's an anecdotal observation that I made. I know that we've been on the show. We have talked about deaths in the country. And we have not even gotten any conclusive results as to why people are dying. They have higher expertise, but have not used the knowledge to bring this expertise in the country to explain why. It shows deficiency in our security system. We know, of course, recently we've been talking about no rights in the country. All right. Those are the things that this rally, the message that this rally intended to carry out today. No rights in the country. No school fee for children. Corruption is at the highest. The United States government held 3 of Mr. President George Weah lieutenants corrupt. They told them that they were corrupt. And yet and still, in recent days, Mr. Weah, President Weah, was out there collecting $2,000 per day. As Mr. Fakongen said, he introduced this term, brought the law to us, incidental. Why people are getting paid $45 a month. Those are the issues that we need to be discussing and identifying with the Liberian people, as opposed to talking, oh, the picture is not good, this picture is good, blah, blah, blah. And for the record, I know Mr. Cummings, I've been in his company. His picture, actually, you saw his wife. She looks very jovial in that picture. Mr. Cummings looked he's concentrated. He's very focused. He's a very focus-oriented man. If you look at any of his pictures, I have a few in my photo album here. When he looks very serious. He's always thinking. And so let's discuss the pathway of our country. And Mr. Cummings, again, without any rally, Mr. Cummings came third during the last election. That was without a rally. And
So,
we will continue. My recommendation to them is for them to continue to make the case to the Liberian people.
So Mr. Cummings continue to think, and today the thinking is.
CEO, can I come here a little, please?
Yeah, but man, I'm begging you. You have to be fast. We gotta go to the.
It'll be fast.
Yeah.
Firstly, let me say again, Dr. Richardson, in 2017, every major political party or political player have rallied. I know the ANC had a rally at the ATS. But the second thing is, you see, the problem is that you always doing things with the intent of saying we want to overtake the Unity Party. You always doing things with the intent of not fighting against. You were talking, I gave you chance.
No, but when you say you always doing things,
the ANC, I come in now. I come in.
Talk to ANC is always doing things, because when you say you always doing things, you sort of maybe implying that I'm always doing things. So be clear.
No, the ANC, you represent the ANC here.
No, you represent CPP on the show, not ANC, please.
Oh, man, there's no CPP. Let's not go into that other argument. There's no CPP.
That'll be for another show more.
Collapse. If you want to bet that argument, we can come here another day for that one.
That's correct. We'll come here another day. We'll bring Mr.
When you always doing things, you want to prove that we molding the Unity Party or we are overtaking the Unity Party.
That's a mentality more. It's so sad that mentality on this show. Please, let's talk about something else.
Dr. Richardson, can you please get a better chance?
Who have you heard that from?
Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
More than you. No, man, I mean, I get tired of this kind of petty.
Dr. Richardson, give me some time, please. When you were giving your presentation here, the first question you asked in response to me, as the Unity Party ever have rallied? Look, we do not need rally. We have our strategies to get to our people. That's what we do. And what I will advise you is that
because you do not need rally, another party doesn't need it. So stop.
No. I have to learn. No, Stan, she can't keep interrupting me and then say we got to move on. I come in.
Yeah.
You cannot see the unity. We do not see you as our opponent. We see you as a party on the same side. The CDC is our opponent and the CDC is our target. The moment you begin to wear that cap, you will see that naturally we will start to work together and we will flow naturally. But as long as you continue to proceed,
let me ask you a question. Why you running through? You are not seeing ANC as a
anywhere.
Mo, you are not seeing ANC as a party to contend with? Is that what you're saying?
The ANC is now our opponent. The CDC is.
You are not worried about ANC in this. You are not worried about CDC in this.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, we learn from mistakes. Let me tell you one mistake we made in 2017.
But I don't get all the brown skin mistake, but let's move on, man.
No, not the brown skin mistake. There's something I want to say quickly. In 2017, we were the propaganda. We forgot that the CDC was our major opponent, and we started attacking the Liberty Party.
That's what I'm
CDC was
saying.
just
That's
doing that work.
that's the Brunskin thing. But let's move on.
So
Guys,
we're
today
not
this
going
year.
to go into that mistake again. The ANC is now confident. The
Fagon have
CDC
already called this thing off. Fagon say if companies don't go to Joseph Baga, come and forget it. But let's do this. Today, this is what happened though. I know you guys know this gentleman. At the rally today.
Yes, I know Justin Zibo very well.
What's his name?
Justin Zibo.
Okay, Justin Zibo. I believe. Honorable Fagon. You think you remember him?
No.
Yeah. All right. So something happened today, as was reported. He had a gun. This is the gun. This is the gun that he had. He's a security to Mr. Cummings. He been serving as security to Mr. Cummings since Charlie Quintan. And the report is coming that he unlawfully carried this gun. People that know about gun, they will say 16 millimeter, 9 millimeter, whatever it is. But that's a gun. That's a firearm.
It's a Jericho 941.
941. Thank you.
Jericho.
Unlawfully, as reported, he's now in the Liberia National Police custody. You can say he's in prison, he's in jail, whatever your term may be. He was arrested, like you see over here. Imagine, he came alone protecting Mr. Cummings. We got to say this very clearly. He came alone protecting Mr. Cummings. He was arrested and taken into custody. This is big. This we have to discuss. How did, what's his name again, Mo?
Justin Zibo.
How did Justin that serve as a security guard to Mr. Cummings? I'm going to put the picture down. I want folks to take a look at it. At the rally today, he's carrying a firearm, protecting Mr. Cummings. With everything that is happening in our country, mysterious death, I don't know whether we have the law in our country that our civilian can carry a gun. You guys will talk about it. But yet we are an individual that is protecting Mr. Cummings, carrying a firearm. The question a lot of folks asking, was he authorized to carry a firearm? Fagon, I will bring you in on this one. You go first.
Well, it's unfortunate. When similar situation happened with Yeke, there was a cover-up. The Jericho and the Norinco are two types of firearms unique only to the NSA. I repeat, the Jericho 941 and the Norinco NP22 are two firearms unique only to the NSA. If you look on the bottom of the weapon on your screen, you will see NSA 020 at the bottom of the weapon under the IWR. And to the best of my knowledge, those weapons were negotiated for by the late Jules Blambo, Deputy Director of the NSA. I'm not going to go further into much more details, but I'm interested in knowing how Mr. Cummings' bodyguard laid his hand on a weapon that is unique only, I repeat, only to the NSA. If you look on the bottom of the weapon, your EDC is marked. Can you see it there, Stanton?
Yeah.
NSA 020. If that number is correct, then a senior NSA officer will have to answer as to how that weapon left his department. I will not go into any other further detail that I have, but I will say that that's a weapon assigned and should be in the hands of an NSA employee. I don't know how he got it, but I'm sure when the police hold their press conference, they'll be able to tell you more.
Thank you, Fagon. Santumana George, this issue.
Well, the last time I made a comment, I said that, hey, stop it. I said that when you're running for president in Liberia, so you guys know you bullshit with the president. I meant a lot of stuff. For instance, there should be no reason why the presidential candidates running for president should not have a licensed, legally licensed armed bodyguards. Okay, there are laws in the books in Liberia that if you go through the right process, you have a registered arm assigned with you. Equally so. If this gun is not registered, then I would say again another poor job by the Cummings team. Mr. Cummings is a presidential candidate. He's a very financially potent man. Okay, he should go through the process. His security detail go through the process and seek permission to have his security details travel with arms. Register where the government about register. They know the arms register on our laws. To have somebody traveling with Mr. Cummings providing security with an illegal arm is wrong. Poor job on his team. Okay, no man, you cannot spin this one. Okay, if you a candidate, go through the process. Even if it costs you to hire armed guards, armed security guards in Liberia, you hire them to do everything on the right way. Have your T's crossed, your I's dotted, so that once such thing occurs, you'll be in confinement of the law. You see, you won't be doing something illegally. That okay, yes, my God, the police, the Liberian National Police Administration, just aware that the guards protecting Mr. Cummings, they travel with arms, but they're all legally registered arms. So we see the arms anywhere else, we know that it belongs to the Cummings team, because we know we get crimes being committed in the country every day. That arm could lay in somebody's hand, and they'll say they found it on the crime scene and try to trace it. So there's no reason why you'll be providing a security protection to a presidential candidate and you have a registered arm. It's wrong. It's wrong. The team.
And let me add this to you, Tomali. If you see the IWR on the weapon, it's Israeli weapons industry. The reason why I made mention to it, the weapon you see in question, I will not give the number, but it was not much that Jones was able to get. It was a limited amount. I repeat, it was a limited amount, unique only. That weapon you are overlooking over there can be turned into, like, you see the M16, you see the butt over there? It has a component that if for any reason they came on an attack, they can open the small case and do the relative attachment, and you will see an M16 rifle like in their hands. How did he get it? I'm confused.
Yeah, definitely. We are all confused. Let me get a Mo Ali. One minute, I beg you. Let me get a Mo Ali real quick. Mo, this thing is big. This is big, and Tumani may strike a very important point. Couldn't Mr. Comey just, get security that allowed to carry arm, authorized to carry arm? If it is true that he had this arm issue, why was he carrying an authorized arm protecting Mr. Cummings all these years? And how many of them have arms in the possession?
Let me say a few things. The first is the guy who is responsible for small arm control and the licensing of arms in Liberia, the head, Maxwell Grisby. One time I listened to him on the radio saying at this point in time, they are not giving lesson for small arms. The only people they are issuing lesson to are hunters who carries single barrels. But let me come to this point. There are two things, one or two things with this particular gun. It's an NSA gun, clearly marked. How Justin got an NSA weapon could either be one or two ways. Either an NSA officer sold it to him, or Justin is an NSA officer. And if the second is true, that Justin is an NSA officer, what is he doing behind Mr. Cummings? If I am in Mr. Cummings' camp, if I am with Mr. Cummings, if I am Mr. Cummings, I will be worried. Because like Fagon said, it's not just ordinary weapon, it's an NSA weapon. And if Justin were looking for a weapon to buy, why is he buying a clearly marked NSA weapon? You could get small arms anywhere from in the country here. Why he couldn't purchase an unmarked weapon? So if that possibility is there for him to get other arm, then I will conclude very easily that Justin is an NSA officer.
But what will you conclude that? Let me go to Kev Hassan
So
on this one.
if Justin, no, actually,
you
see why I will conclude that, because if Justin look at an arm that is marked NSA, Justin is no ordinary person. Justin, I understand, is a former U.S. Marine. He is a very trained security guy. You know that there are certain weapons, even if you buy it, it's illegal for you to carry. If it is marked clearly NSA, why will you purchase that? You should.
Yeah, but my point is that the reason why I bring in too many how you call him, Kev Hassan, Kev, you buy into that this guy is an agent for the government that around Mr. Cummings?
Listen, we have to understand this. The police and the NSA do have a joint security things together. So that what I mean that they know each other. 102 was on the scene. Police, the director on the scene. If he was an NSA guy, they will know. The police, 102 will know that he's an NSA guy because they have a joint security team. So let's put that out of the way. But listen, let's listen. No, this man was bodyguard for, as I understand, I stand to be corrected according to my sources, from URE. 2016, he got Mr. Cummings. 2016. Who knows that he had that NSA weapon under the past regime? Because understand how close that Mr. Cummings were with folks in the past regime out there on Mo Ali government up there. So since 2016, he was a bodyguard to Mr. Cummings. So who and if this man do carry an NSA weapon, so can we safely say under the Unity Party regime, they gave him an NSA weapon to kind of a bodyguard Mr. Cummings? That's what Mo Ali is saying. Is he an NSA under Madam Ellen? Mo Ali needs to tell us that because it's 2016. So Mo Ali tell us that if he was NSA, because under this government we don't know that. Because otherwise, if under this government, if they know that, 102 will know that is his counterpart. There's a joint security in DC, in places, in plain clothes, with the CDSF. Even, let me tell you this. When my boy is being pulled over by the police, according to his tag, they know he's a military guy. They know that. Don't bring that thing to us, Mo Ali.
Okay, so while we wind down this,
so what I'm saying is, investigation will go on how he obtained that NSA weapon, because that's why they're investigating now how he obtained that NSA weapon. But 2016. So now what I'm getting from Mo Ali is a very good information that he probably on NSA. So
Okay, Kev. All right, thank you.
Under my Ellen.
Thank you. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, though, Mo Ali's talking of two very important points. One, you either an agent for the government protecting Mr. Cummings. Two, how did he get the weapon if he's not an NSA officer? Can you talk to us? This guy been protecting Mr. Cummings ever so long.
See, 2016, before.
And if he been protecting Mr. Cummings ever so long, it means that he been carrying on. Now, the question I will ask you, the third question, Dr. Richardson, did Mr. Cummings, you want to tell us that everybody surrounding Mr. Cummings, they didn't know that this guy carrying on, protecting Mr. Cummings all this time? They didn't know, Dr. Richardson? Can you talk to us?
Okay, so just to address your first question, I'm sure many of you know on this platform that I tend not to engage in speculations. This is a unfolding and developing story. We heard about this today. So again, I want to take the approach that I think I would like to wait and see, how the police investigation go. However, based on Mr. Cummings's past record of dealing with people who that are not working according to the protocol of his of the party, or according to his own value, he tend to dismiss them, or he tend, we know we have a classic case in the case of Ava Topa. Something came up, Mr. Cummings felt that it was conflicting, and so he went in and called for Ava's dismissal. So let's just wait and see what happens, and then we can come on here and discuss the case. Your last question about did anyone know? I can't sit here and say who knew or who didn't know, but if it was a wrong act or having an illegal weapon with you that is against the laws of Liberia, then it should be explored and investigated. But I'm hearing Mwali say only two people are allowed. Well, maybe I read it somewhere, and I don't want to put the full blame on you, Mwali, because I was distracted a little bit when you're talking. I think only hunters and certain other people that
Dr. Richardson, I was quoting the head of the small arm control, or Maxwell Grisby. He said the only people at this point they are giving lesson to the hunters with single barrel. So hunters who have lesson with a single barrel gun, and of course security personnel are allowed to carry. And that's why he said maybe the law changed later, or they started issuing lessons. That I can confirm that.
Okay, so Molly, thank you for that clarification. Based on what you said, there are a lot of people who are carrying guns in Liberia illegally. That I think, as you said, hopefully the law changed, that we'll have to visit that as a country. But thank you anyway. That's my response.
But so thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Peabody, welcome. Let me bring in Dr. Peabody real quick. He just joining us. Dr. Peabody, welcome, man. But this is concerning. The same three questions to you. This guy been protecting Mr. Cummings, providing security since 2016. Today, he's found with a gun, unauthorized probably. He was arrested. The gun got a marking saying NSA 020. It's an IWR manufactured gun. Mo Ali is alluding to something here. If this guy is an NSA agent, why is he around Mr. Cummings from the opposition? If this guy having a gun unauthorized, whether they stole it or whatsoever the case may be, didn't Mr. Cummings know this guy was carrying a gun?
What I will say here is, firstly, if this guy was carrying a gun illegally, that was wrong. He should not be carrying a weapon illegally. Secondly, I don't know what the ramifications surrounding Mr. Cummings' security detail, who he talks to, what arrangement he makes for his security. But let me say here, There are a lot of illegal guns in Monrovia. We saw recently how Colossal went and had gun from an NSA officer shooting somebody. And it's saying if this gun was an NSA gun, if it was illegally taken, the question should be posted to NSA. Somebody there in that area is maybe leaking out guns and giving it all people. We saw a little girl, my cousin, Dr. Allen's daughter, got shot in school for another illegal gun from a kid. There's a lot of illegal guns in the river. I'm not saying this guy gun. I will wait until the investigation is completed. I'm not saying he's carrying it. It's possible it could be registered through somebody and they give it to him. I'm not sure. I would like to see what the investigation brings. But there are a lot of illegal guns in the country that can be controlled. Even people that are heir to the president who shouldn't even be carrying guns, some of them have guns. So it's totally a mess. So this question, I believe, if it's from NSA, somebody in NSA should know something.
I'm not I didn't understand you when you switch a little bit. You say you're not sure whether he carried a gun.
I'm not sure whether it's illegal or not. That's what I meant. Whether it's illegal or not, but I would want to wait for an investigation. But if it's an NSA gun that he was carrying, somebody in NSA should be able to answer that question.
Okay. So Timon and George, this gun issue, man. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, I would say this. I would say this. I specifically speaking of Mr. Cummings' security detail. Mr. Cummings, as you all know, he's one of the most targeted opposition person. Everybody's always on him. So he definitely needs an armed security guy with him in the security detail. But anything I'm saying should be done legally, so that he go to the Minister of Justice and request that, look, I see my safety. I do not have a government assigned a security detail. In America, the minute you get popular with political campaign, they assign you a security detail. You saw Bernie Sanders. You saw during the election, they assign a security detail. So Mr. Cummings, so look, Mr. Minister of Justice, I believe my security is at stake. I mean, people are. I mean, even most of the time the government attack, they go after me too. So I need my security detail need to have a gun. What's the process? I want how you get guns, and some register under the Liberian law, and so forth. Yeah. So the thing is that if it is true,
down this route. Why
if it is true,
always going down this route?
That's what I'm saying. If it is true that this guy was embedded in security detail and he have a registered arm, then they let the guys down. You know what I mean, fair, Mr. Cummings? Whoever in charge of security detail having a guy with a registered arm, they don't be fair to him. He's in.
Somebody is Mr. Cummings security detail. I
want to say if it is established that this guy was embedded,
doesn't know that the person carrying arm. Is that?
I want to say the security doing charge of Cummings security should have make sure that all those on the security detail, if they having arms, register with the Liberian government to know that they have arms with them, they travel with arms. So it's not when they are caught. I mean, they will not mean that it's illegal. No, the Cummings is a presidential candidate. He's a very popular man, serious man, and let me be. I mean, he got to protect his life. Okay. But
so I go
through the legal process at all.
So let's go to the video.
While we're on, maybe then the one or two can come in.
We are showing the CBP of protecting those that were coming out today, and we're still committed to that commitment that we made to the CBP. However, the law must be the law. And so, one or two provide to you what really happened.
Okay, sir. Welcome to Spoon TV.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
What actually happened? I saw a gentleman in handcuffs. Why?
See, the issue is that when we provide security for our people to assemble peacefully, right, and petition the government, we on an obligation to make sure that every citizen within that area are actually protected. So based on intelligence that was received by my officers and a gentleman within the CPB or security side who were arrested with a firearm. This is a firearm. So he has been arrested and we are taking him to center for investigation.
Did you get any information whether he was a bullet guy? I mean, he's a bullet guy. You know, the hierarchy of the CP executive.
Submitted to the leadership of CPB.
So Did you get any information on him now about it?
I mean,
Or
he's
it's
in
gonna
the
be later?
custody,
Okay.
and we are investigating the matter. But you were here when we arrested him with the weapon. We want to be transparent because we don't want to situation where people say that police planted a weapon on someone. We arrested him with the weapon, and we are taking the central for investigation.
So James, put the video up when he was coming in with Mr. Cummings, James.
So here comes the political leader.
So it's the video when he was protecting Mr. Cummings coming in at the rally this morning. But Kev Hassan, it is disturbing. He was arrested.
Can I
Yeah,
come
you're
in
coming
one
a bit more Ali. I won't keep you for lies. I know what you want to mash up here. This guy, he was protecting Mr. Cummings. He been protecting Mr. Cummings since 2016. If it is true that he carried an unauthorized gun, this is troubling. Within Mr. Cummings' security details, you want to tell me that Mr. Cummings actually he doesn't know who are in his security detail? Is Mr. Cummings not being protected by the Secret Service? I mean, Library is a small place now. So you go ahead and talk to me, then we'll finish up with Mo Ali.
Mr. Cummings had enough security at this rally. Mr. Cummings and the team requested for security. So, and we also Musadin statement. So they have full security protection on this rally. But again, Mr. Cummings is a very dodgy man. We saw one of his security who sodomized 16 years old. They pretend like they don't know. And now we're saying his security having a weapon. It's something about Mr. Cummings surrounding. Mr. Cummings is not the man who they thought he was or is. So at this moment, the Liberia National Police is going under investigation, and they will come up with a finding. But no one would tell me Mr. Cummings don't know that.
Exactly, I'm kind of shy for you to say, Mr. People that protect Mr. Cummings, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know. Every day. He doesn't know that he carrying firearm.
He see him every day. Yeah, he sees him.
Let him finish up with Mo Ali, man.
He sees it every day. He knows that. Mr. Cummings knows that.
Muhammad Ali.
I wanted to respond to Kev. Kev, you've been out of Liberia for more than 50 years. I should tell you that.
How old is the man?
So before I was born, my man. Hey, my man.
I come in, my man. The NSA is like the CIA. The NSA has undercover covert agents that you do not know about, that one or two may not know about all of them. It is possible, and this is purely based on my own analysis, that by the time you realize that this guy is an undercover agent, the arm has already been exposed, and so you have to put up the public show that he's arrested. But let's wait what the investigation will say. We say, because I don't see how easy it is for somebody to carry an NSA gun. So one of the two possibilities is either the man is an NSA agent, undercover agent, or somebody within the NSA who that gun was assigned to or stole it from within the NSA, an NSA agent, and sold it to Justin. And my problem here is...
But more Adio, okay. So I agree with you. But how dumb is the Cummings scam? Since 2016, this guy been operating as an agent, carrying gun, and they know very well it is illegal to carry an unauthorized gun. Couldn't at least they ask questions how you got the gun?
Kev, one thing we should understand is that Justin is not just an ordinary security to Mr. Cummings. He's one of Mr. Cummings' top security persons.
So you're making the point even better.
You're making it better.
Couldn't they even ask Mo Ali? Why? What is he doing with a gun around Mr. Cummings? Hold on, Kev. Let me finish with Mo Ali. What is he doing for gun around Mr. Cummings, knowing that that gun is not authorized? So was Mr. Cummings in a shitty game to say that, well, carry gun though it's not authorized just because you are protecting me? Is Mr. Cummings part of this clandestine behavior?
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. It is possible Mr. Cummings does not know that the man carry arm and
since nobody around Mr. Cummings don't come on, Moadi.
If Mr. Cummings does not know,
Moadi.
Let me say something. If Mr. Cummings does not know as a person,
let me finish my question.
Okay, finish.
It's very simple. Since 2016, you said he's one of the best. He up there, the chief security to Mr. Cummings. And you telling us on the show and telling the Liberian people, since 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 6 years, nobody in Mr. Cummings' detail, including Mr. Cummings, knew that this guy was carrying gun.
So that's where I was coming. That's where I was coming, because my point there is sincerity comes in at this point. If you are protecting the VIP, I'm sure in this case there should be some full disclosure to the VIP. Mr. Standard Bearer, Mr. Political Leader, I'm protecting you. These are things that you should know that are happening. And because of your own security, we have to carry some firearms. But I would agree with the point that Tomalin George made. If your security is at stake, and everybody knows that Mr. Cummings is a top political actor within Nigeria, he can ask for state security, or he could ask the Justice Ministry to grant special permit to his security, one or two of them, to carry firearms. I'm not sure they would deny him that, because I know, for example, leading up to the June 7th protest, the December protest, or when we had it in January, Yaka Koluba made great concern about his security. And we will call the Justice Minister. The Justice Minister say we will assign police officers to him. So either way, it would have happened. But I will put this at the feet of Justin Zibo and maybe all the other people who knew about it, that one way or the other, they should have made a representation to the Justice Ministry to say, look, kindly permit us. We are protecting a VIP here, a very key political figure.
Yeah, that commentary after the news.
But can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How did the police know that this man was carrying a gun? How did the police know?
But Dr. Peabody.
The man said they got intelligence.
It's on
intelligence.
No, Dr. Peabody would not. Don't listen to Mo Ali. It's on the video, Dr. Peabody. It's on the video. I will send you the video. You'll watch it. The gun was saying. It's not about intelligence. The gun was saying. But let me say this. Today, our brother Yeke Koruba, that will always bring on the show, he was accusing us today. He accused you, Sintoman and George, Dr. Peabody, Kev Hassan, and myself, and Dr. Richardson. Yes, Yeke Koruba, talking about the CEO.
Why is successful? When you have the government paying people that want us for, I don't want to talk to you, they're not talking for me. Let me be responsible for what I say. Let me be, you don't want me to talk, don't bring me on your platform. Let me be responsible for what I will say. If you have people that want us for, they be paid to discourage people.
Yeah, Koruba. Yeah, what's happening?
I think you can laugh. That's all.
We get your laugh, right?
Yeah.
Kev, listen to me and Josh. Your brother, Yeke Koruba. I'll play one more time.
Why is successful? When you have the government paying people that want us for, I don't want to talk to you, they're not talking for me. Let me be responsible for what I say. Let me be, you don't want me to talk, don't bring me on your platform. Let me be responsible for what I will say. If you have people that want us for, they be paid to discourage people, to tell people that war will come.
So the whole big program that people are having today, Yeke Koruba got my name in it. Let's try to wrap this thing up. Dr. Richardson, can you go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about one of our panelists calling Mr. Cummings a dodgy guy, a deceptive person. Anyone who neglects to pay child support for their child and had to go to a court in the United States, such as our president, that's deceptive and dodging, especially when you're president of the country. Secondly, if you leave the country in the middle of a crisis situation where we have rights issues going on, and you leave the country for 39 days, that's deceptive and dodgy. Okay, so let's put the dodgy and the deceptive definition apart. Moving to the rally today, my overall impression. One is I just want to thank Team Cummings for the job. Well done. It was the first rally to be held. And I'm sure there are more things to be tweaked. Feedback from this group and other groups, definitely, in my view, is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You guys can go back to your room and do a lot of assessments and get ready for the next, event. Secondly, I just want to thank Liberian people for showing up today. Now that you at least got the message, we are thankful that some of you can go back home and share the message with your community and identify with your people. I'm also very disappointed. Again, my brother Moali, I will pick on you today because you hear that, not that I depend on you to make the rally, but at least people like you in our society will expect you to support the rally and don't talk about, oh, nobody's have the instructions to give a rally and what is the rally supposed to be. People have planning different ways of planning a rally. When you call for a rally, I hope that other people can support you as well. We kind of have to rise above this thinking that, oh, just because I wasn't invited or I wasn't part of the planning process, so I can't be there, or a rally is supposed to be planned a certain way. Lastly, again, I await the gun investigation. I don't know much about it. It's an unfolding and developing story. I know that certainly our gun laws need to be improved. I have seen pictures. I think the last rally in Liberia where a gun was. I think if Stanton cares, he can show the picture was visible. So there's a lot of things that can happen in our country. I was just actually in the country. I didn't violate any law, and the police was asking me to give him money in exchange of me just passing my car when I had a checkpoint. So these are you never know. Our laws in our country is just so interesting, depending on who you encounter, who you meet, whether he had a permit, whether he didn't have a permit, whether he's an NSA worker, whether he's not. These are all things that we'll find out in the coming days. So I want to just thank all of you. Stanton, thank you for this program. I thank you for all of us having the opportunity to express our views. I recognize I was in the minority today, but that's how it is on Spoon. Some days Stanton will bring information like this, and then other days
it's not about me. It's about your people bringing a fair rally to
some
daylight.
days, I'm just saying, some days that you'll be sedition, some days you'll be UP supporters, you'll be ANC. So who knows? But that's how it is on Spoon TV.
Yeah. You know what she just said?
She said something you'll be sedition.
She's just said it.
Wow.
But let me go ahead and play this because Peabody, I want you to understand this. You asked a question, and we had to go back to get a clip because of your question. How did they know? So this is one of our video we're taking from the archive as of this morning. I have decided not to put up this video because I think that it was more security wise. But since you asked the question, let me play the video. See how this guy was traced. See how they went after him. Folks reported him that he had a gun, and they went to him. And let's just watch the video real quick.
They ain't waiting on us. You hear me, baby?
So that the Peabody, you see where we are, because actually he was man on. So to follow his footstep, Liberians are very smart people. People see different moment and different dress code. They use their own community and they keep their eyes open. But who's this guy? Is he a security personnel? Why is he carrying gun? Imagine this was leading up to the rally. And I want all Liberians everywhere to keep focused on this. This and many things we do on the show, it's not about we got you. It's about we try to be transparent. The gentleman that was arrested today, since 2016, he been serving as a security personnel to Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, the ANC political leader. He been protecting him. And all through this time, that gentleman been carrying firearm. A gun that is reportedly registered to NSA. But look at this video, and you know you are not authorized to carry the gun. Why were you so careless in broad daylight? That's not a cell phone. That's a gun. Let's watch the movie again.
They ain't waiting on us.
So why was the gun? Why was the gun on his side?
So that's why, sometimes when we have this information, it's better for us to be quiet and the police can carry on the investigation. But Dr. Peabody, because he asked the question, we need us to say Liberia stood up today. Liberians stood up today. You have many folks out there that traveling, carrying gun. They are not authorized, but yet and still, when you see something, say something. Liberians saw something and they spoke, and the authority came into play. I'll give you guys 30 seconds just on this issue, on this clip. Say what you want to say that we can go home.
Okay, so let me start and close up.
I beg you.
Let me say this. As I said, I'll wait for the police investigation to know exactly what happened, how this man got the gun, and who gave it to him, where it came from. I'm glad the police were able to do investigation, intelligence, tell them that somebody had a gun. I hope that intelligence too can find out about who killed all those people in Monrovia, the innocent death, the 3 kids that got missing, the girl that got killed. I hope the intelligence can help them too to find those people, because only on a political rally that the intelligence can really work. But when other people die, the intelligence is not working. I hope they can find that courage to go about and bring some closure to even the EPS officer that got killed as well.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody. Gentleman, George.
Like I said,
what's going on with you, Georgie? These few days you are not been good.
George, earpiece.
Yeah, we are not hearing you. It's not good.
No, but
you're very bad.
The Cummings is a presidential candidate. He's a very popular candidate. He's well known. He's a major candidate, regardless of how you want to term him, anybody. So the Cummings know that he's, as I said earlier, he's the most targeted opposition figure. He's the most targeted. There's not a day that goes with somebody not attacking him. Whether from the government, from the other side, they attack him every day. So he should ensure that all his T's are crossed, his I's are dotted. Even the cars that are in his convoy, all should be registered, go through the red process. He won't identify anything on him. So when like the Mohadi said, he has the right to go to Minister Musa Din say, look, I'm running for president. I get security threats. I'm a security threat, and I need my armed guys. Get a means there. I want to acquire arms for them, register it, so that whenever the arms is found anywhere, it coming from my security detail. But these arms, you have a copy of the serial number, register, so they can travel with me. Be aware that he has armed guys traveling with him. So if anything happens tomorrow, the guys, the records are there. So I don't know why his security details head, who will control his security detail,
we allow someone who's going to unregistered arm to be in his detail. I think if this guy was in his detail and the arm was unregistered, it's wrong, and there should be investigation conducted, and the law take its course.
Thank you, Tim Tumane. Moadi?
Thank
Mohammed?
you, Stanton. Probably the reason why the people reported it. One, the person saw Zigo buying something and they didn't see him with Mr. Cummings. And people get very jittery these days when they see people with arm in gathering. During the 2020 election, when we had the Dillon rally, there was somebody at the UP headquarters with arm. Even though we didn't know which group he was supporting, but the people reported him very quickly. And again, the point here is, as a serious political leader, you should know what's happening around you in this country. And if one of your person is carrying arm, you should be concerned whether it's registered or not, because you want to uphold the law. And we will listen for the police to come up with that investigative report. Lastly, I want to hammer home again that when you are doing a rally and you want to rally everyone, the people, we should take away the promotion of a particular political individual. And the reason why, for example, people came to Yombli rally was so successful, two things. One, the people recognized Yombli as indeed the political leader of the Liberty Party. The mass broad-based support was there. And then she rallied her people around a cause that people want to destroy the party that is a legacy of Mr. Councilor Bromskin, and she wants to uphold that legacy, and that the people reason with her, and she has the command over those people. That's how you organize a successful rally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moadi. Dr. Richardson?
Sorry, it was good, being on the show today. Again, I await the police investigation. Moali, thank you for your feedback about a successful rally. But again, I stand by my word that, Liberia is at a crossroad. There are many, many ways to, have a successful rally. I don't think people were forced to wear a shirt with Mr. Cummings' picture on it. I think it was a choice issue. If you felt like you needed to wear that shirt, you could. If you felt, they said bring your own t-shirt. That's was one of the requirements. And I think that I would appreciate if a person like you who's running for political office come here and identify, and the rest of you identify with Liberian people. And the theme is we are tired of suffering, and you know very well that people are tired of suffering in the country. So with that said, I close my thoughts for the night. Thank you guys for being here today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Kefiko, you want to take us home?
Yes, sir. Only a person who want to be deceptive, or something, will not know that a man with a sweater, a long sleeve, with a gun on his side that you can see it puff up, that you will not know that he's not carrying a gun. The reason the people decide to videotape that and trail him, and then the security apparatus follow up, is because they can see it clearly. You're telling me that Cummings cannot see that since 2016? You're telling me that Cummings don't know that this man carry firearm? He's not hiding it. He put it on his side. You can see it puff up. He's not wearing trench coat like the Secret Service here to wear the coat, and you probably will not see it. No, it's open. Cummings know that he carry gun. Cummings know that he carry a legal weapon. He knows that.
Stop it, Kev. Stop it.
Only people who want to play games to say Cummings don't know because they think Cummings is the ultimate.
How you know Mr. Cummings know that he carrying gun? How you know?
Since
Dr. Richardson, let the brother close there.
Since
No, man, but they make me say stuff on it. Yeah, okay, Jeff, you not gonna be there, man.
Since 2016. But again, if I will go with my sister, Dr. Richardson, and Cummings don't know since 2016, then I will go with this part that Mr. Cummings is not competent to know what happening around him. He's not competent.
Dr. Richardson,
What
no.
we are?
Dr. Richardson, no, you cannot do this.
Because I'm saying that Mr. Cummings is a competent man, that he should know what's going around him, because they're telling us that Mr. Cummings is that leader that know everything around him. They hail him hard. He work in the corporate world, so he know everything. He can cross his T, dot his I. He know everything. And now she's telling me now Mr. Cummings doesn't know. So he's not competent. He is not competent. How can you don't know what's happening around you?
Let me close, Kev.
So he's not competent. If I'll go, my sister, so he's not.
Yeah, these guys didn't got a place to meet tonight. Let me say what I want to say. I'm disappointed. I am totally disappointed in Louis Brown. I think Louis Brown has showed that he's a failure for Tim Cummings. I'm totally disappointed in Martin Kulak. They should now all get together and produce Mr. Cummings $70,000. They know exactly where the money went. They should produce it. It was a failed rally. They projected Cummings in a failed manner. This is not what, I don't think Mr. Cummings deserved this. The issue about this rally from day one, Louis Brown was projecting himself. He switched and he started to project Mr. Cummings. How in the good heaven you say we tired suffering and you printing t-shirts with Mr. Cummings' picture on it? That's a shame. I don't think Louis Brown, Mr. Cummings should beg Musa Ability right now. At least Musa Ability doing this thing, you saw the crowd. At least Musa Ability needs to come up with the numbers. Musa Ability say, I'm not bringing them out. I'm not paying my money like I used to. I'm not begging folks like I used to. You said Louis Brown is the chairman, so be it. You said George Wisner, Martin Kulak can run the show. I will stay in district number 7 in Nima County. I will beg my people to vote for me. It took everything in Musa's ability to have a change of mind. Everything. Okay, he decided that this was a fail. I received information today that Musa's ability he regretted. He regretted seriously. This presentation of Louis Brown, Mr. Cummings should dissolve the Tim Cummings. Every other way forward now, they would just eat the money. They have taken the 70,000, and if Mr. Cummings cannot come out to make a decisive statement, I would say Mr. Cummings' leadership path is in trouble. People in your camp, folks in your camp stealing, people you have trusted, they stole the retired suffering money. How can you trust them again? Folks in your camp, people that's protecting you, your surrounding, your special security, they carry arms illegally. That's troubling. Is that the leader Liberian one? Is that the leader Liberian people are asking for? When will Mr. Cummings learn, guys? When will Mr. Cummings learn? I will have friends, brothers and sisters that will want to protect Mr. Cummings. But when will Mr. Cummings learn? I understand you are not street smart. Okay. But how long it would take you to be street smart? How long? Even the beginning are saying that 25 cents, 35 cents gum in the middle of the road, they are street smarter than Mr. Cummings. They are. Every day is trouble. Every day is some kind of bad news for the ANC. Why did you leave the CPP then? Or why the CPP left you? From one episode to another episode of failed leadership. Then you brought Louis Brown that the people rejected. The people have answered you today. They told you we don't trust him. They told you, Mr. Cummings, that they don't want Louis Brown. You forced Louis Brown on them. You went to Canada, they said the same thing. You went to Sacramento, they said the same thing. They don't like the way in which you have chosen a new leadership because of your Tim Cummings. It's a big breakaway in ANC Global. Not even Muna Fahar would believe that this money went missing. This is troubling. You don't want to enter 2023 with this situation. Gone in your security detail, you say, no, we don't know. The rally turned out very poor. 70,000 United States dollars missing. When will you learn? When? That showed that
I see you freeze.
Yeah, he did.
I know too many try to call me off because somebody's saying the link. And too many doing everything for me to be like him. He tried to call me off. Peabody, I tell you, had my back here when I was flowing. Peabody. Peabody or Timothy tried to cut me off. But give me one more second. I will be done real quick. Timothy, don't do that again. But I'm asking the question, though. When will Mr. Comey learn? Understanding that it is all too bad. If I'm going to say, you know what? It's the only pathway now is through Jose Yamaborka. I don't even know whether that's a pathway. I don't even know whether that's a pathway. Because even Mariah rejecting Jose Yamaborka. Mariah says she, Mr. Comey, she will not talk to Joseph Barker. How can that be the pathway? If the chief of staff to Mr. Comey saying no, don't talk to Joseph Barker. Guys, in crew they say they say better to a T. If you don't ever put it down. I believe Louis Brown has failed. I believe Martin Kohler has failed. I believe my own puppet Toga McIntosh has failed. They should go back. They should go back and plan something else. Dr. Richard said, I'm sorry. It was a mistake to get Musa Ability out of the game. He know how to play the game. I'm sorry, it's a mistake to see that for 6 years, somebody in Mr. Comey's security detail carrying gun. And everybody said, well, we don't know. Mr. Comey, he doesn't know. I'm very, very sorry. This is a breakdown in organization. Complete mess. Complete mess. When will Mr. Comey come back to reality? When? I surprised us at Louis Brown, man. Louis Brown of old is not a Louis Brown today. I said this to somebody when Mr. Comey's named Louis Brown to head the tactic team. I say, this is a mistake. Louis Brown of old, it's not the Louis Brown today. He cannot deliver for Mr. Comey. The guys, it was just about the math. It's just about the money. He cannot. Today is Saturday, man. My friend Moneyball. How you doing, Moneyball? Moneyball said Louis Brown will take me the code. You go take me the code. Then from there you can face my Comcast. My internet shaking. Moneyball, come and take care of us. Yeah, our brother. But I will say this though. It is important. Louis Brown has failed Mr. Cummings. Louis Brown has failed the organization. Louis Brown, Martin Kohler, and all of them have failed. What we know today, if Mr. Cummings take this group into 2023, it's complete mess, complete failure. Every day, every day, every day, the amount of money Louis Ryan is receiving, the amount of money these guys then creating different plans. Josh Wisner, the amount of money they're receiving. Can't you imagine these guys then will rise up to the occasion to organize a field rally, a rally with no substance, a rally that have nothing. People are frustrated. Come on, man. Come on. Enough is enough. Cut to the chase. Apologize to Mr. Cummings and allow him to be Mr. Cummings. We have come this far and we want better. If Mr. Cummings will produce, I hope he produce. But I would say this. They can get best. Louis Ryan know what's up. He should just pack up and leave Mr. Cummings alone. This sort of fight is not good for him. And Mr. Cummings is very, very trouble. He's deeply trouble. He's deeply trouble. Mr. Cummings, Kev Hassan, he's deeply trouble. He's disturbed. He's confused. Let's pray for Mr. Cummings. May the Lord bless his soul. May the Lord give him the strength. And may the Lord open his eyes. You have a good night. That's my prayer for Mr. Cummings.
I want to my birthday greeting to Patrick Botto Kennedy, man, in Australia. Today is his birthday. Our regular follower, Patrick Botto Kennedy, happy birthday from the entire Spoon team. He's there in South Australia.
And Mr. Cesar Gardner, he watched our show religiously. I want to wish him a good day. I met his wife today, and she was telling me. So, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Cesar Gardner, wish you all the best. Thank you.
And I pray for Liberia. We missed it around my man. That money will have our whole network.
Thank you. So let's go ahead, guys. James, you want to come on? Nelson,
Something really wrong with you.
Too many internet gaming problem.
Yeah, we missed a lot of money, man. When we get
that's a feedback internet gaming problem. James, you guys did extremely well today. Aaron Kuban, Rufus, Trucken, Flammer, every one of you guys. I want to say your thank for the beautiful coverage at the Commerce Friday. You did extremely well.
Aaron works 16 hours.
Yeah, but that's not Aaron. That Nelson you're talking to.
Nelson. Oh yeah, Nelson.
Yeah, Aaron is not on the show today.
Oh yeah, Aaron. Nelson.
Yeah. But I'm very, very disturbed. I'm very, very disappointed. And I hope that the ANC people can take this to be a good thing. What was done today, imagine at the rally, the Liberia National Police feeding folks at the rally, they caught somebody with gun, illegal gun carrier at the rally, how you call it, poor attendance.
No, brother.
So what's the result? James, what's the result? You cannot keep it, you cannot hide it. This whole thing was the first time for Louis Brown to shine. They didn't start us way back. They ate the money. I said you can put whoever name on there. Prefer kick him on the show and say that Martin Kula ate the money. They ate the money.
Yeah, but see you, you can tell me that Mr. Cummings you don't understand that the
I don't know, man. I told Mr. Cummings, Kev, this is my thing. I told Mr. Cummings work in Nigeria to know and understand some street life. These guys are playing Mr. Cummings. So what you want to say? These guys have found the chopping spot. You know how they call it? I found a hole. They are playing Mr. Cummings.
So like walking ATM, that the guy?
This is more than a walking ATM. Every one of these guys have come to the place in the current life and situation, Kev. Every one of them, they have come to that place to know that knowing Mr. Cummings, hanging around with Mr. Cummings, I will eat. How in the good heaven 70,000 will go missing? You put on driver. The story changing every day.
I go with Munafar driving my foot.
Munafar said, driving my foot. And look at the result of the rally today. Look what happened today. It takes the Liberian government through the Liberian National Police to feed the folks Mr. Cummings took to the rally. Hey, man, this is embarrassing. This is worse in the history of rally in Liberia. This is totally embarrassing. I'm waiting for the day that Mr. Cummings will listen.
But see, how can you take the band down water side? You see the play pack, the band side waving the air. Like the people were for him.
I mean, I heard
people were waving back. People were waving back.
I heard, but you know what I heard? I heard that the people told Mr. Cummings were going to throw money. So all of them came running. You know that Christmas. You know that Christmas. It's something close to them, yeah?
Listen,
you know what? I want to say my Christmas on everybody.
If you play that water side, you will see the man waving the air.
No, I'm not playing this, sir. I'm not playing this, sir. My Christmas on everybody. Kev, my Christmas on you. My Christmas on you. My Christmas on everybody. Nelson Colette, my Christmas on you, yeah? I hope, yeah. And when you laughing like that for Nelson, look at I
see what my Christmas on you, yeah?
No, I think I was saying.
No, I my own the jeans and send everything back to the CEO.
That John Christmas request, a big yeah. You know, but this, listen, if this election between George Manawea and Jose Yima Bwaka, we should start a debate now.
Yeah,
we should start a debate now. Okay?
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, I agree with
this election will be between George Manawea and Jose Yima Bwaka. Let's start a debate now. There's no need to play again. We should start it right now.
Yeah.
If Jose Yima Bwaka can make the case against George Manawea, let him make the case. George Manawea will be arriving in the country Monday. George Manawea will say, listen, I went all of the country. This is what I brought back. And our guys will be there to cover President Weah. Make the case. Anything short of that, man, let's start wasting our time here. You know, come on, man. Let's start. Every day you will see. Mr. Cummings will bounce back. You will see. Mr. Cummings get this. Mr. Cummings get that. The biggest rally in the history of ANC.
I think, no, Seal, I think the time, let me tell you one thing. You can save a lot of money for not wasting your time on Cummings and his people. Seriously, our guys can get raised because I can tell you, CNN, MSNBC will not waste your time.
Yeah, like the people network, I can do that. You know.
Yeah, but good. I like the word you use, that the people network, but they don't have the people.
Yeah, but man. How many people show up today for that rally? How many, James? How many you think?
Minus the security.
No, just everybody. Just everybody. How many?
Oh, okay. You know what? Let add the construction workers.
Yeah,
construction
workers. Yeah, how many people?
Yeah, let add the construction workers then.
Yeah, how many?
James, you guys were out there. If you add the construction worker, maybe we'll get 1,000 a little bit, but because construction workers
are muted, man. I'm mute.
I'm adding the Liberian National Police too.
Add the Liberian National Police.
Add the Liberian National Police and everything.
The crowd I saw there is between 2005 to 3,000.
So you added the National Police.
Let me make my own now. Let me ask Nelson first. Nelson, your prediction. How many you think that prediction again? What you saw out there? Give us your
from what I saw. I think that crowd could be like 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah, I think like
2,000. Give us on you. What do you think?
Well, adding all the police, adding the construction workers, passerby, people who live around the neighborhood. Well, we'll give it 2,000, and then people were standing around. Yeah, 2,000, and then because we'll add people who will also
no, Cap. Listen,
even
me, I
the
didn't do
even the
that.
taxi
No,
drivers that will pass it will add it.
even the puppy, Sam Jackson, he was
Yeah,
going to the
St.
airport for a woman.
Jackson, Katama, all
He
these
had
people.
3
Yeah,
people in the car.
yeah. Katama have 5 people in the car.
Katama online watching. I Katama too.
Yeah, we'll add.
Everybody that were on my Becky. That are the people that were online too now, right?
I will add James too.
No, so Spoon had different station. Everybody.
Yeah,
At least I get in 2,800.
I will add myself there too because I watch.
Imagine if you add everybody and you added 70,000. Come on, man. You know what hurting me in this thing? And this is the time I would say me. Forget the CEO, forget the radio station, me. You know what hurting me, Kev? Those guys around Mr. Cummings continue to lie to Mr. Cummings and he believe in it. They look in Mr. Cummings' face clear and say you can win this election and he believe it.
Yeah.
They tell him Mr. Cummings say we will bring 100,000 people. We like that place down and he believe it. They tell him Mr. Cummings that you will win an election first round and he believe in it.
He believe it.
You know, nothing hurting me. You don't need a rocket scientist. Then the people will say, you are smarter than a 5th grader. You know that show, we have here in America. But you want to tell me that Mr. Cummings cannot wake up one morning and separate himself from these guys there? Few days ago, 70,000. You know how much you go missing again? And this is the thing that hurt me, James. I listen. I respect Mr. Cummings. I like Mr. Cummings. And Mr. Cummings present the resume to you. He got a requirement though. Everything. But something is missing. Mr. Cummings got something in him. Brain. He got it. But the brain comes in 2 ways. Book smart and street smart. Mr. Cummings get a book smart. But he missing that little thing. That thing. He missing something. That Louis Brown, Martin Kula, George Wisner, and those folks can sit around Mr. Cummings and tell Mr. Cummings, say, this is the way to go, and he go. This is what Tom Wanway said. And James, I think I sent it to you. Let's put it up, James. You should have it. And we're going. I just like us on this show tonight because the other people that they had to go, they were telling me, hey, no. They were telling me that they had to go. Can you find that Tom Wanway thing?
Please send it again.
Okay. I'm gonna send it again. What kind of picking this up?
Please.
Picking that tropic. My friend Todd Wanway, somebody in life, he won't come back. I'm not bringing him on. You get it, Todd Wanway stuff. And what Todd Wanway said, Kev, let James put it up and let's just listen to it. Because this is not right. This is not right. This is bad. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
You got it?
Yes, I have it. I come. It is my
Yeah,
computer.
please. Where Kev going? Oh, James, I hope you take Kev. Oh.
No.
Yeah, we'll put it in up. I want Kev to see it.
Yeah.
I want Kev to see this. Too many trying.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very, very concerning, right? You got it up, James?
Yeah, it is up.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's up. I'm not saying that that's why.
It's up.
Yeah. So let's read what Taiwan will say. This is what Taiwan will say. Liberians are either not tired suffering, or they simply do not trust or believe in the folks leading this rally or protest. I am not sure which one is true, but what I do know is that if they were truly tired suffering, they will show up today in great numbers today. This is that one where the fact is things are hard and people are suffering. But if they are staying away and do not come out in great numbers today to the retired suffering protest, there has to be an alternative explanation. There has to be. This is that one way. He's saying something is not right. The people are not suffering, or they just don't, those organizers just they don't trust them. So if the people can reject them today, why Mr. Comey still keeping them around? When we say this thing, then the people get vexed. Somebody said, so the ANC people saying them on leave Spoon. All right, James put it one up. Yesterday was yesterday was the it was the other information we see. James, I sent it to you. You put it up. Let me know, yeah.
Yeah.
ANC.
Oh God.
You got it up?
No, I come in. My computer freeze.
So your computer shouldn't freeze. This is important. Let me say this. When we do this thing, people get angry. St. Thomas and George, your ANC folks. All right. This is what they're saying, Kev Hassan. And I want the Liberian people to see this. I want the Liberian people to see what it's saying now. Because we're saying the truth. Take your time, James. Don't get frustrated. Is it up? Take your time. They say, listen to this person. I want somebody to speak on this. I believe if we respect and value Mr. Cummings and his leadership, we shouldn't be promoting Spoon, period. Let James put it up. I don't want to just read. Those who are panelists and Cummings supporters know where their red is butter. I will not continue a relationship with one that emotionally abused my value, period. Like somebody said, that's right. Let's leave Spoon to George we are supporter. That the platform, not the Liberian people. And another person said, totally agree. You guys just know that Spoon is CDC network. Don't fall for that fake. So let's read it. This is from the chat room. Yeah. This is Liva Thompson, Aunt Anna Cooper, Jimmy, and the rest of them. We got all of them. So I want everyone to just focus on now. They are saying they will boycott Spoon because they have a failed rally. Some of the things we always talk about. I want people to believe. Listen, read what it said. Kev Hassan. I believe if we respect and value Mr. Cummings, I said, but Mr. Cummings' value, the man lost his $70,000, but it's Mr. Cummings' value, right? Everybody's saying that thing. Yeah, value Mr. Cummings. And his leadership, which leadership? We shouldn't be promoting Spoon, period. This is Thompson. This person always follow us. They say don't promote Spoon. Those who are panelists and Cummings supporters know where their red is butter. I will not continue a relationship with one that emotionally abused my values, period. Then Anna Cooper, journalist, said, that's right. Let's leave Spoon to George we are supporters. That's their platform, not the Liberian people. Jimmy said, totally agree. These people are planning, Kawasa. These ANC people that had the Mariah Yakula, the Asiva that just visited a few days ago, the Dr. Richardson, The Louis Brown that can come as well. The George Wisner, the Phoebe Herons, the Ben Sevi when you talk about CPP, and all the sympathizers like Dr. Peabody and Thomas and George, you are muted. They are saying
But
that
listen to
you guys know,
the last text.
yeah, you guys just know that Spoon is CDC network. Don't fall for that fake thing. They are doing acting like they bashing this corrupt government. Kev is Sierra Leonean based in Liberia. We have a lot of these text messages in the chat room. Mr. Cummings and his people saying they will leave Spoon because we are exposing Mr. Cummings and telling him the truth. But they forget, Sintoman and George, this is the organization that you protect every day. This is the organization that you defend most often. And this is the organization that's saying we will leave Spoon because we tell them that Louis Brown is a failure, Martin Kohler, George Wisner, all of them, they're wasting Mr. Cummings' time. Sintoman and George talk to us.
You know, um, first let me say this. No matter what people will say, I will continue to be a voice of reasoning and objectivity as long as I'm on this platform. Because politics in Liberia, from our student activism days to forming the CDC and all these things, have taught us a lot. Like politics, a lot happening in politics. So if I never knew George Weah, Taiwan, Gonglo, Cummings, and Boyka, if I never knew them, I'll be one of those who will be bashing them every day. You can criticize someone, you can do it just responsibly, responsibly, and with respect. You will never hear me insult President Weah or Boyka or Cummings or Taiwan. I will never insult them. My choice of words will be very, very mindful. Because I know there's a tomorrow. Long after Spoon is gone, we have to meet up with these people and other people and interact with them. So I'm very careful what I say to people, what I talk on the platform. And their criticism of us, there are many times. One funny little kid, and he wrote on, I just ignore him. I just ignore him because I call him a funny little boy. He wanted relevance. I don't get kind of whole show on me, but I just ignore him. And we might allow them to maybe to come here and attack comments or attack Bunka or Weah. No, we'll criticize them. I'll be very, 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 very reasonable with them in criticizing them and giving my opinions about them because tomorrow, I'll tell you for tomorrow. And one of the times people when I go to a funeral or go to a gathering, people see me. Someone thank you for your activity. I feel good. Someone thank you for being balanced because people respect you for that. If they think I would mind teasing me, calling me a supporter on Spoon or whatever the case, and I will come and back my ANC or come just unfair to them, I will not do that. I will be myself. You know, when issue come about, we'll say it, we'll talk about it. I will not be emotional and just attack because of them. Because I see most of them sometimes they write attack on something, but I don't mind them because at the end of the day, bigger picture is for Liberia. You know, and if President, I would say if President will be reelected, he'll be reelected next. If not, I'll be president. So I would just urge my friends, don't take it personal. People would go say things about you to us, but do not take it personal and come and go on with it. And with vengeance.
If we go.
Yeah, let's go. I need to go to Tom.
I mean, if you might put it agree, but talk about this text message.
Well, you see, we for the longest time on this platform, we have a lot of ANC people on this platform. They had time upon time, and they spoke that they had a recent time that you even allow ANC to moderate this platform. You did everything in your power, and ANC will go in the chat room and go against the network that gave them time. Let me say this. You brought the chief of staff of the ANC to question the government on this platform. Never happened in the whole wide world. Not even CNN, not even MSNBC, to bring a chief of staff of the opposition to question and ask a lot of questions to opposition. But they will go in the chat room and say, you know what they're saying to you? They're saying to you, you gotta be for us, or we will do everything in our power. Remember, we had a hot mic from the ANC. What they're going to do to us, is specifically you and I, CEO, what they're going to do. So what Mr. Cummings and his team saying, it got to be Cummings, not Cummings. I will do what I did to Minister McGill and other. I will go after you guys. And they went after us. They went into my record. They check.
Kev, you still gotta go eat, so let go. You still gotta go eat.
This is the last one.
Yeah.
They went into my record. They went into my school background. They went everything. Check everything. And they went out and they put a fake check. They did everything to go out. But let me say this to the ANC people. I'm a clean guy in this country. You can check all my record. They already check.
But one thing I want to say, let me say this is very important. I really don't care.
Yeah.
Who watch, who doesn't watch, that's fine. Yeah. I really don't care, because it is important for you to understand that if you don't want to watch the show, just stay away. Mm-hmm. We speak to the Liberian people. People that have the radio, wait for us 8 o'clock at night to listen to us. We speak to them. Okay, it's up to you. When Aaron Kuban went to the press statement, Martin Colley, Louis Rand, they stopped him. They said, "We'll not take your question," and they came back and denied it. It doesn't movement. Listen, CDC beat on me, UP beat on me, ANC beat on me, but you know why? ANC, you guys are 5 on the set. So you guys used to be 5 on the set. We have only one sedition, one inactive, and one reaction, permanent sedition, Kev Hassan. You still complain.
Exactly.
Bunch of complainers.
Exactly.
You don't know how to make the case, and you're just whine. When it doesn't go your way, you cry. You shake. You argue. Everybody want to be somebody. That's why Mr. Cummings is losing. Because everybody want to be the chef that cook. And too many chefs pour the soup. That's why you have poor turnout today. Because everybody want to be advisor to the king. And say, help the king Cummings. Guys, you got to understand. Don't be ungrateful. When last Mr. Cummings ever called and said, thank you, Spoon Network, for allowing Fire Surrogate on your channel? When last Mr. Cummings ever called and said thank you? Because you're fighting for the people. Everything should be Cummings. Cummings that angel, Cummings that bomb, Cummings that this, Cummings that. What have Mr. Cummings done for the Liberian people? So everybody that can listen to me, let me ask you, what have Mr. Cummings done for Liberians? That we shouldn't criticize him and correct his mistake. That you have folks around Mr. Cummings taking him in circle and making fool out of him. It's wrong. Search yourself. Examine yourself. Look in the mirror and talk to the person you see. Then come back and talk to us. You'll have a good night. Bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon.
Okay, folks, with that, we'd like to say thanks a lot to all of you out there for being part of this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who follow by means of radio. Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM. We want to say thanks for getting glued to your radio and following the show. For those of you who have been following by means of the live streams on Facebook, Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Super TV Live, Super TV Channel 10, and on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We want to say thanks a lot. The invitation is yours to join these different platforms for another fascinating edition of the program. That's tomorrow, 8:30 Liberian time and 4:30 Eastern time. Until that time, my name is Nelson Colette. I've been here. Of course, James Goodday Floma has been in the back end, and together we've been coordinating to make sure that the show comes on. Have for yourselves a good night. Bye-bye.
Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want